What is up, wrestling fans? Welcome to a special edition of the Smark Out Moment Smack Talk podcast. We're doing a Fannounce Table here. It's a watch-along, a live watch-along. I'm already stressed. We're a little bit behind on our schedule that we were planning on doing, and I know who to blame, and it's not anything on the Smark Out Moment side of things. I am your host, as always, Tony Mango. Joining me for this edition and all the times that we do all this kind of stuff, I've got Robert D. Felice.
Small world. I'm already stressed too.
And Cal Wiggins.
A show, 20 hours in the making.
Feels like it, because that's how long it took to get Peacock up. So what we're doing here is something we haven't done before, something that I had already tested out all the things, and then, it happened. So, we are going to be watching WrestleMania 19, and we're going to be watching it live along with you guys. We're doing our commentary track here. For anybody who wants to try to flag this ahead of time, this is not going to show you the footage. It can't do that. It's a copyright issue. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down and it isn't one of those kind of problems or something. But
if it does, though, it's all the more reason to switch to Twitch.
It's all the more reason. If that's the case, then I'll start blaming Peacock for the one thing and YouTube Google for the other thing, and Google for the other thing, whatever. But I see that Peter's in the chat. What's up, Peter? How you doing today, buddy? And hopefully some more and more people are joining us in here. This is around noon Eastern on the 28th that we're recording this. Just in case you're watching this later on afterward. Hoping that I can get everything working the way that I think that it's supposed to be working. But then again, I thought that things were going to be working fine 20 minutes beforehand, and then Peacock happened. So... and currently I've got a thing that says no data on my YouTube live stream. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing or nothing at all. If you guys can't hear us, or if you guys have any issues, let us know in the chat. What's up, Marquise? And we will hopefully have everything synced up correctly when we get this going, because I don't know if that's going to stick with it, but we're trying something new on OBS. We're trying something new on... We're just trying something new. I think you can tell that I'm feeling stressed. So hopefully I can figure out a way to get this going and not run into any kind of an issue with this. I am going to switch over to our other screen here, and you should be able to see it at this point. And if that is the case, then there's probably, it looks like it's like about a 2-second delay between the latency on YouTube and this. So I don't know if that's going to be slightly off with the way that you're listening to this, but we're going to get this started in a moment. I need to make sure that I've got my hotkeys set up correctly. I'm pretty sure that's F1 to switch this over. Let me just double check. There you go. Okay, it is. So you should have seen on your screen a little flutter of the time ticking over. And that's what we're going to do, is the way that we normally do things here. We're going to have the countdown of 3, 2, 1, play. You have this up on your, hopefully, WWE Network and not Peacock. But if you have it on Peacock, then you got to make sure that you have it without the ads, because we have the non-ad version of this. And that's going to just throw you 15 to 30 seconds off each time that they do that. And then I guess you could just kind of skip forward if that's the case and you don't want to pay the extra money. I don't blame you. But we're going to give you the countdown. You sync up your time code. If you're joining us later, then you're not listening to me say this right now. But if you are joining us later on for any reason in particular, then you could always just skip and you can sync it up with your time code on the screen. We've got WrestleMania 19 to do. So are you guys ready?
I am ready.
So ready.
Hopefully I'm ready. So get that stuff situated, everybody. Get your play buttons in order. I don't know, in whatever. And we're going to get this started in 3, 2, 1, play. And I'm already a second behind because it apparently lags on Xfinity. But I've got Triple H and, well, now I got Kurt Angle. Now I got, is that Benoit? I think.
That's Jericho.
Oh, that was Jericho. I was looking out of the corner of my eye. Let me try to switch over. Now I need to have my second pair of headphones so that I can hear this. I got one pair of headphones in the left, one in the right. All right, I can hear it now. We got our Undertaker going to the ring and everything.
Yep.
Thing in the Ring. That special pay-per-view. It's to like the Olympic Games, the gold medal match, that kind of thing.
Okay, so I'm annoyed already because this isn't the original music they
No,
played
it's
back
not.
for this.
Yeah.
No, the other music's more epic than this. It's less obnoxiously loud.
I've got it very, very low on my end. I can't barely even hear it.
No, but it used to be like really. It was really good, like more classical music.
Yeah, when we're done here, we'll show you, or maybe we'll just send you a link later because we'll be here for a while.
I do like the overall tone of this intro, where it's just basically them all talking about how important it is to be wrestling at WrestleMania, rather than them dancing around on pirate ships.
Hey, pirates need love too. Isn't it wild how old that footage of Shawn looked by 2003? This is Rock before all the money, even though he had a lot of money at that point.
Yeah. When he was still better known as The Rock rather than Dwayne Johnson.
I think he's still better known as Rock.
Yeah, but everything that he's put under now is Dwayne Johnson. This is back when he was still credited as The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, or just The Rock in movies.
So, for anybody who doesn't know why this is happening, well, this whole thing's still kind of working its way through. This is the way that we're rounding out the Paul Heyman SmackDown podcast, because this is the kind of coda to Paul Heyman's tenure on SmackDown.
Yeah, it happens a few weeks afterwards, but we thought if you got an opportunity to watch WrestleMania 19, then you watch WrestleMania 19. And obviously, the other reason for that was also the fact that Tony's not seen it from bell to bell.
Nope.
So, and it's one that you kind of have to watch because in most people's views that have watched like all the WrestleManias in time, this is top 5 at the very least. And for me and Rob, it's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I think that this WrestleMania sets the stage for what WrestleMania is today. It's at a stadium. It's
Poor JD.
It's packed with legends.
He's just excited today. Shout out to Marquise. He's in New Jersey as well, so he's got the Comcast monopoly.
Yeah.
I like when King's got on a thing like he's got the little crown, and that's about it. It's a much more subdued version of when he's got like a big playing card shirt on and whatever.
Yeah, he got like custom made affliction shirts or something like that.
Cohen does. I love the fact that when they always did these joint pay-per-views at this point in time, the SmackDown announce table was always around the ring, whereas the Raw one was right up at the top of the stage.
Well, that's to match the way they actually were. Like, imagine that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, just like they actually made the two shows look different and feel. And here's Rey Mysterio in the
just as Daredevil.
Yeah, the Daredevil outfit.
The beginning of a
jumping
tradition.
out the sky. It's Matt Murdock.
His first time coming dressed as a superhero to
that's the first time
WrestleMania show. Yeah, well, this is his first
WrestleMania. Period.
This is his pure first WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Yeah, mask doesn't fit super well.
Yeah, he debuted in June 2002 in WWE, so this is like nearly a year onwards from now. And this is his first. Well, it's not his first real one, but this is his first like on, I guess, traditional pay-per-view. I think he's fought like in like Rebellion or one of those pay-per-views, but his first real opportunity at the Cruiserweight Championship.
So I actually don't even know the card to this offhand. I know that this has Lesnar and Angle. And the rest of it, I don't know right off the top of my head.
It'll come to your head very quickly because like 5 of the matches are very iconic, if not for great reasons, but for problematic.
Matt is appearing in his 4th WrestleMania.
That is
on WWEMattitude.com.
Look at that old school layout that they've got for that. That's like that Winamp.
Like Winamp.
Yeah.
As a backdrop.
Look at the size of that ramp as well. It's amazing. Matt offered and wonders how they did WrestleMania without him.
I think Matt still wonders these things.
Yeah. I love the size of that ramp. It's so cool.
WrestleMania is better when it's got a longer ramp.
When they were long, but they weren't like obnoxious. Like WrestleMania, like 27 is crazy.
Also, do you think Peacock might censor the fact that the theme song for this WrestleMania is Crack Addict?
And he's eliminated from the Royal Rumble.
There you go. Oh, there goes Mysterio. So this is obviously a Mysterio that's a good, like, near 20 years younger and a few knee surgeries removed from where he is today.
This is when he could still jump
out.
You
might remember the return of this Rey Mysterio when he came back at the Royal Rumble in 2019, and then he promptly said, "Okay, I earned the contract. I'm going right back to milking it."
He's still in pretty good shape now. He's definitely not at his lowest in WWE.
No, I enjoy Mysterio now more these days than I did back however many years ago. There was a good chunk of time back when, I don't know when it was, it might have been like 2011, 2012, something, yeah, where I was just like, can we get over the Rey Mysterio thing? He's not Rey Mysterio anymore, and they're giving him like world title reigns, and he's just, how many times can you do just a drop kick and a 619 and that's it? Like,
when he was paired with Sin Cara, I thought it was pretty bad.
Got Shannon Moore out there, the little MFer. Hi, Carissa.
Hi, Carissa. Cavally. Novelli.
I want to see that sign behind that. It said like beer count on it or something like that.
Wonder if anybody's for life. That's our last Fannounce Table, right?
Shannon getting involved, cheating on Matt Hardy's behalf.
I remember really, really rooting for Shannon Moore to win the Cruiserweight title at one point.
He was a good worker.
Around the time that there was like Jamie Noble and Hornswoggle and all that. I'm like, give it to Shannon Moore,
Yeah, he was around.
Oh.
I was going to say, is that the end of the first match already?
No. Well, this match isn't very long, I'll tell you that much, but...
Yeah, because back then, one thing you'll notice about this card, Tony, is they used to build to things. They're starting with the Cruiserweight match, and they're building.
Yeah, traditionally today, like the opening match is one of the... They usually make it, especially on WrestleMania cards nowadays, they make it one of the quote-unquote main events.
Yeah, it's like the C-tier main event or something.
Yeah, whereas in these ones, the opening matches were, well, predominantly to build up, really.
Opening matches.
Yeah. They were just to get the crowd heated up and then not overstay their welcome too much.
How do you guys feel about outside versus inside WrestleManias?
Inside is so much better than the outside ones. It sounds so much better.
The sound, I don't think you can deny. Inside it's way better, but I'll admit there's something about an outside WrestleMania that I think is kind of fun, and I wish that they would do that for SummerSlam, because I think that would be very distinct.
I think my favorite ones are like the ones where it's a real throw off because it's got like the sun's still out. Like the coolest thing about that Randy Orton Seth Rollins thing is the sun is shining when that RKO hits. And I always like that visual.
I'm just looking at all these rows and rows of people. It's amazing.
WWE would like to have one row of that this year.
It's about like 60. I think it's about like 60,000 people. I think are in this.
Legitimately.
Marquis says outdoor Mania matches are only great at night. They do take a certain extra special feel to them when you start off and it's really bright out, and then it gets to the end of the night and it's really dark, and then like that's when the Undertaker comes out or something, then that's always pretty cool.
Roman's entrance in 31 when the sun's going down as he's doing the entrance, I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, put him in for the 619.
That dastardly Shannon Moore getting in the way again.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, nice bump for the twist of fate there. Oh, the shake your head spot is WrestleMania this week. Kick out finishes.
This is the no. I hit my finisher. What are you talking about? That was 3. No, it was 2. No, it was 3. Referee, come on, do your job. Count faster. Same the dialogue every single time. Wrestling's so dumb.
And that goes
in a good way.
Yeah.
the Matt goes for one of his lesser
There's a
used moves.
A sign in the crowd that just says the Poon. It's a black and silver sign right above the referee's head.
Oh.
See it?
Splash Mountain. This never works out to the person doing the...
Yeah,
whoever's doing the censoring for Peacock's going to have to do that. Shannon once again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just getting involved. Oh, Mysterio's had enough.
So for Mysterio to be Daredevil here, he really didn't pick the right color scheme.
It's a little purple, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way too purple for Murdoch. Not that he should have gone with the yellow one.
He should be stumbling around the ring as well, surely.
Yeah.
I think this was early in the era where good enough would have been acceptable. You know, like people weren't married to superhero movies at the point.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
yep,
yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick match.
Yeah, just about just over 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't overstay its welcome. Just like get all these high action stuff going on. So Mysterio would be the person that would end up dethroning Matt Hardy for the Cruiserweight title, but it wouldn't be for a couple of months yet. I think around about June, I think he was the one when he actually won it. Well, they immediately cut away as well. That's quick. Yeah, no time to waste here. Got to get the clock rolling.
When does he start getting a better mask that sort of fits his nose?
Oh, hello. Oh, no, he already had it. It was just the Daredevil one didn't fit.
Oh, it's the
Middle Light Cat Fight Girls.
I was gonna say I don't recognize these two.
so basically,
girls,
yeah. So basically, their entire gimmick of their commercial was they would just fight over the most inane things. So you basically saw a little glimpse of that there, but one of them saying, "Oh, McMahon versus Hulk Hogan is the best match tonight," and the other one saying, "No, it's Stone Cold versus The Rock." Like neither world title match, but you know.
Who wins between those two?
Really?
I picked the blonde.
This match already, like you're gonna shit the bed already.
Well, you'd rather get it out of the way early, bro.
I guess.
Nathan Jones taken out backstage. You would have thought he would have been gotten used to being assaulted in the bathroom, considering his
I mean, he's been in jail.
I like how the way that they show that as that he got assaulted is they just have something laying on top of him.
It's WWE's favorite band in the whole world.
It's time to keep
rolling, the most iconic theme in the Undertaker's repertoire.
Honestly, the Undertaker says this is his favorite WrestleMania entrance ever, which is weird.
I already can tell you I would disagree.
I think everybody kind of at one stage or another likes to be played by a band to the ring, and Undertaker doesn't really ever get that opportunity.
So we got 4 leaders behind him.
Yeah.
They do look good.
Well, you won't get any leader on this show, unfortunately.
No, that's why they got 4 impersonators. That's Lita spelled Leeta.
Fred Durst, fresh off his appearance in Just Bring It.
SmackDown. Fred Durst has been in more video games than a lot of notable names in WWE, which is sad.
Unfortunately, this is one of 2 Limp Bizkit performances we're going to get to see tonight.
Really?
Yes, they also.
Well, they have to perform the theme tune as well. Rolling's not the theme tune; it's just Undertaker's thing.
I'm not into musical performances at WrestleMania.
By the way, Undertaker was not using Rollin' at this point. He hadn't for like a year and a half.
To me, it's one thing if like Punk gets played to the ring with Cult of Personality. No, that's fine. But if you just literally take a couple minutes for somebody to do a musical performance, I'm not into it. Yeah. I don't like that whole variety hour. Let's do a little bit of whatever. This is like the Super Bowl, and this is kind of our Super Bowl halftime show, whatever. Especially because this is the second thing that's on the card. But like,
just flipping the bird and everybody. Gonna have to censor that on Peacock.
No, see, it's Peacock, so they're fine with when somebody gives somebody the bird.
Uh-huh.
Very good, Tony.
That's a better joke than what Peacock deserves. after the nonsense that I had to go through to get this set up.
The fact that Undertaker's like, it's been going for like 2 minutes and there's no sign of Undertaker yet.
That's indicative of this match, Cal.
Here he comes.
So you guys one of the lovers or the haters or the people?
I think I fall into the everybody all around the world category.
WrestleMania 19, when men had proper entrances to WrestleMania.
Marquise poses a question for the three of you guys. I'm very curious on this. Why do you guys oppose the biker taker gimmick as much as you do? I personally like it, but just want to hear your opinion on it.
Because it's awful.
Because I grew up with New Generation, and to me, Undertaker is Undertaker, not biker Undertaker. It's not Big Evil. It's not any of that. And I've told it before, the story before, that I was getting out of wrestling. It wasn't really landing as well to me. I got really sick and tired of how every segment was, well, what happened earlier in the night with The Rock or Stone Cold, and then you'd have a match going on and they would say, but let's talk again about Stone Cold and The Rock. And I was like, my God, I get it. They're great, but can we dedicate any time to anybody else? So I stopped watching it for a couple weeks or however long it was. And then a friend of mine was like, oh, did you see what they did with The Undertaker? He's a biker now. And I was like, that's it. I'm done. Just kind of, and I stopped watching it for 6 years.
See, I, in a way, appreciate the biker character because I think his character needed a change. Just because I don't think there's the longevity in that character through the Attitude Era. But I just don't like the actual character itself because he's essentially his character was that he's the biggest dog in the yard, and so he used that opportunity to basically not put anybody over. And he murdered everybody during the WCW invasion. He had more quote unquote human storylines involving his wife or cheating on his wife or something along those lines. And yeah, and I just think that his character, I put it this way, it exposed the more quote unquote human side of the Undertaker, and as we've seen in recent podcasts, the human side of the Undertaker is an arsehole.
Yeah, I don't like how generic a lot of that stuff is too, because you could have anybody realistically come in and just be biker guy.
Not
Undertaker special.
They tried that with Chuck Palumbo, it didn't work.
No, see, I think it worked well enough with Chuck Palumbo to prove that point. Because I didn't at all question the idea that he was just some biker dude who was wrestling. Whereas, I don't think many people could have pulled off Goldust.
Now,
or
do you think
Kane, or you know what I mean?
Chuck Palumbo. Do you think the pairing with Michelle McCool happened after she had already gotten with Undertaker, or do you think it was Michelle McCool being paired with random biker dude that made Undertaker go, yeah, I'll go for that?
Or her being with Palumbo to be like, I'm kind of taken to this whole biker thing, and Undertaker's like, I got a bike.
Yeah, they should thank Chuck Palumbo.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Big Show waited till the very last second to even get up in that regard. Big Show's not at one of his more healthier weights at this point.
But he's in one of his better runs up to this point, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been revitalized after coming from Raw to SmackDown. He's now definitely an at the very least, upper mid-card main event guy now. Whereas on Raw, he was just jobbing to Booker T and anybody else, really, for a while.
Look at how much darker it got already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe the lighting failed somewhere.
They don't have, the roof on, do they?
No. I can't say, actually, the whole way through.
They might have put the roof on.
They would have the roof on. I mean, they're in Seattle. Are they really going to risk having the roof on?
I think they got the roof up. They must have put that up during the musical performance.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Undertaker doing his leapfrog.
You won't see that at regular.
No.
This was the DVD that Marquise used to watch the most. Every Mania on DVD.
Oh, I love this DVD. Yeah. I think it had it had at least 2 discs.
I was so jealous of my friend had the VHS box set of, I think it went up to WrestleMania 12. And I remember being like, man, I need to get this. This is like, this will be something I can keep for years and years and years. I didn't have any idea that DVDs were going to come out and stuff. I don't own a single wrestling DVD.
I've actually just recently started picking some up because there's just some content you can only get if you get DVDs.
Well, wait, based off the way the Peacock's going, it might be the same with WWE content.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have mine stored in a garage somewhere, but I just locked them away, assuming, well, I've got the network now. Why will I need this? And then, this is why. So now I've got.
We're gonna see a big increase in Daily Motion videos on the internet, aren't we?
Yeah, that's why it needs more content.
Matt Bloom is one of those guys that I feel like, with a couple tweaks, I'd have been a much bigger fan. I wasn't watching during his tenure. I hated Tensai. And I don't like, from what I've seen of his character kind of work between A-Train and Prince Albert and all that other kind of stuff, the idea of just hairy big dude doesn't really do it for me. But I mean, he's solid, he's good in the ring enough.
Well, no, I can see why he was a big deal in Japan, because he's just a big, monstrous, good worker that does a lot of big power moves. Of course, he worked out in Japan, but I could see why he didn't work out in WWE as well, because he just doesn't stand out enough.
Yeah, he's not big enough to be one of the big guys, but he's too big to be one of the smaller guys that would be running around the ring with Ray.
Oh, submission specialist, The Undertaker.
He watches MMA.
I hate this cunt.
It's always good when a big guy can do a leg drop. Even somebody like Nia Jax, when she does her leg drop, I'm like, yeah, I buy into that being a finisher, because she's, you're taking your whole weight and putting it on top of somebody's windpipe, basically. The name is Sweet Tea. Yeah, I forgot about the whole Sweet Tea thing. Somebody call my mama.
What do you think? Big Show and A-Train's tag team name is? Is it just Show Train, or is there some other better way of doing it?
Big Train.
Big Train.
Braun Strowman.
Are there how you can go to a car show and people just go, hey, look at my car? Are there train shows?
I can't say for certain.
Hey, look at my train.
Big A.
Most train shows and big A's are on adult websites, and we can't talk about this.
Big Show.
Maybe they would just call them the conductors.
Or just call them fat fucks.
Really, it's long-term storytelling. If you merge the two guys, you get Braun Strowman, who is a train. Big Train.
Monster among trains.
I think Braun Strowman's in better shape than either of these two were.
What if they start calling him the Train Among Men? You think we're getting the sound effect at WrestleMania? They've now started incorporating the sound effect thing?
Well, to be fair, it seems like it's a thing that really you need the Thunderdome for.
Maybe.
It would just be blared around the speakers of a train going around.
Oh, there's my fiance.
Why are they doing it now? Have you forgotten that you're leaving?
I don't think it's Human Centipede style, sweetheart.
Okay, so I'm already watching this. It's already not the worst Undertaker match in history.
Nope, it is.
Look at how over he is. I can't deny the fact
the story sucks. It's a waste of a streak match. Thank you.
Undertaker didn't have a story going into this. He doesn't have it's either this or really nothing for Undertaker. What else would Undertaker have done?
Anything.
The story was building up from the fact that he got taken out by the Big Show.
But look at the SmackDown roster that we've just discussed. You could have done anything.
I mean, really? There's really no other options.
He could have fought Kurt.
No, he couldn't have. It's Lesnar's thing. What? Yeah, just have Undertaker insert himself to fight Kurt Angle instead.
He's the big dog. Oh, what is he? He's the dog in the yard.
The big dog in the yard. He's the tribal taker.
He's the conscience of the WWF. He's Jiminy Cricket, goddammit. Listen to him.
What's up, Ted?
What up, Ted?
Oh, best pure striker. Just swinging this.
Yeah, I don't think that there would have been any scenario where I would have said, let's go with a handicap match like this for The Undertaker for his streak.
If I guess the only scenario is when the other option is, hey, let's tag him with Nathan Jones.
I think I would have set up at least like a fatal 4-way or something.
Well, I can see on paper it being exciting in regards to the fact that Undertaker has to beat two giants.
Yeah.
That's kind of like saying that a streak he'd have to do in a streak.
For any more conversation you guys want on this, by the way, check out the Hall of Lame that we recently did. Because was it Rob's pick? I think.
Yeah, that was my pick
for worst Undertaker opponents.
That we did because Callum does a masterful job at burying the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah,
his favorite thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, any opportunity I can get.
Ted says Stone Cold Steve Undertaker face.
Oh yeah, that is actually a really good description of it.
Ted, are you joining us like later on, or were you here from the start? If you were joining us later on, how were you able to sync up correctly? Did that work well, or did you have any kind of issues? Let us know so we know that for the future. Pretty sure that with the running time code on the screen that everything works okay. Well, which, funny enough, being able to see the running time code makes it to where I can tell that there is a 5-second delay on the thing. So you guys are hearing us 5 seconds in the past.
Oh, Chuck's time.
And oh, boom.
Oh, a Big Show doesn't go for a cover because he just sees in the distance.
How could he? How could he possibly see?
To be fair, the camera really disguises the fact that he missed him for like about 2 miles. This is hilarious, this spot. Because Nathan Jones is not officially in this match. So that should have been a disqualification and the end of Undertaker's streak.
Yeah, it really should be.
Well, you see Brian Hebner just go, come on, man. Oh, God. He could not hold them for a second there.
So they are full blown into the whole streak thing at this point, too.
Oh, yeah, it started really from because that's when he hit 10.
Yeah, it's when Flair's the one where he hits 10. And he makes the 10 sign with his fingers, so they really whipped the streak at that point. But nobody's really kind of come out yet and build a story around the idea of beating the streak. That's not until Randy Orton comes around.
And then it's the story of every WrestleMania up until the end of time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least sometimes they throw in the World Heavyweight Championship to make sure there's something Undertaker's worth winning as well. Oh, time for America.
This was what you said, like, this was one of his favorite things he had done?
Yep.
Well, the entrance was, at the very least.
Nathan Jones, in theory, on paper, seems like a good idea.
Yes, we all feel that way.
I mean, look at the guy, you got a gimmick of, like, some, prison badass kind of thing. Okay, cool. But, yeah. Well, history becomes history.
Red, white, and blue.
America, man.
Yeah.
Remember when men were men?
More middle like catfight girls.
Remember when women were...
Oh, Tori and Stacey looking at Tori's issue of Playboy.
Just, casually backstage at WrestleMania. They have nothing better to do.
Yeah, totally in those outfits too. Like,
Yeah.
nothing better to wear in Seattle in March.
Actually loves testicles.
Can you imagine a conversation that starts with, speaking of testicles that is not in a pornography?
I can't believe like this is now like an ongoing thing with this. There are 2 backstage segments, and now they've gone off to talk to each other about something else, and so there's going to be more backstage segments with these girls.
Right. But then again, I mean, they're there to be on screen, and that's it. You know.
Yeah. All right, here's the match of the night, if memory serves.
Was this the cat fight?
No, it's not the cat fight. This is the match of the night, bro.
Is it not Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho?
No, this is the women's title match.
Oh, never mind then. I mean, this is a great women's title match, though.
This is great.
When they were actually
trying. Footage from Sunday Night Heat, where the World Tag Team titles were defended.
Wait, so what was JR just saying?
Essentially, this is very soon after the US have invaded Iraq.
Okay. Hey, Michael, yeah, the Peacock thing. You missed the beginning of it. It's where I was talking about that. Yep. Probably at this point, your network subscription's probably disabled as well.
RVD got pinned by an elbow drop by Bob Ray Dudley.
Hall of Fame RVD.
Yeah, exactly.
Hall of Fame Kane.
They announced it yet? I don't think so, right?
No, not yet.
No, but enough people have publicly talked about it, so it's like...
Number 1 ranked greatest woman of all time according to WWE's most recent list.
It's a nice little display.
Trish, of course, looking great as always. She looks like a star.
Damn right she does.
What type of star?
We're not playing play the game here. But she's way too put together to be the latter on that.
All the stars.
Well, she's put together in certain places.
Hey, I'd thumbs up on both ends of that game, though.
She knows how to use them, but not as well as Stacey.
She's already number 1 on the WWE list for Superstar. On the other list, if she were to do that, she'd arguably number 1 for that, too. Jazz. Okay.
18 years later, still an active competitor.
Was this her actual theme, or did they dub this over?
No, this is her actual theme, yeah.
Get it? Because it's jazz?
Yeah. Criminally underrated.
Oh, absolutely.
Still wrestling, right?
Yep, still in Impact.
What's up, guest 5?
Hey.
What up?
Oh my god, they actually have the theme. Oh no, they don't have the actual one. Damn it, it's just the fake one without lyrics.
So I think that you might be a split second ahead of me, actually.
Well, yeah, because the network.
Well, yeah, because you said you wait a second for the thing.
That's true.
And I just click play, and I'm on the network, so it works.
Victoria looks great.
Yeah, Stevie not so much.
Stevie looks fine.
Yeah, he looks good. Yeah, he's just like
a pink trunks, really.
Bumbling idiot, kind of. But
the pink trunks with eyes on it.
Is this like the best that Victoria's looked? Like, I don't remember her looking that great before.
Victoria always looked pretty good.
Yeah,
she always looked right.
I mean, like, this is like a step above.
Well, you weren't watching it this time, so that's why
exactly.
I think
when you started watching, she was wearing like sumo suits in fancy dress outfits and stuff like that. She was when you started rewatching, it was like 2006, right? So she was out of the company like a year later.
Yeah, not too far.
No, she had a good 2 years, but she was already well into the era.
Jobber kind of, yeah.
She had done the Vince's Devils thing, which was a play on Charlie's Angels, and it was Candace, her, and Tori.
Ted says, "What match you guys on?" I'm on the pay-per-view right now. We're on the women's triple threat match.
Yeah. So Trish at this point is still the weakest wrestler probably in this match. So just actual in-ring ability, but she's definitely on the up and up at this point.
Look at her firing up, just like, yeah, I'm gonna get the crowd into this.
Is that one sign say, "Do you like the ass"? Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Which ass? The ass? What ass?
The ass.
Mr. Ass.
Rikishi, probably.
I mean, you can't really see Jazz's. So, you're at least a 2 out of 3, yeah. There's another sign that says puppy power.
Of course.
Scrappy Doo.
Yeah, are they actually
That's
like with
good.
Peacock censorship? Are they going to have to cut out every single bit of Jerry Lawler commentary?
I would imagine that's where we get into the whole. It might just be too much.
Yeah.
Everybody's just doing leg drops.
Yeah. Well, Hogan's on the show. Maybe Hogan is watching this and going, "Well, why are you doing all this?" That's my move, brother. Sister.
Don't worry, we're gonna see one from off the top of a ladder.
Yep, that sign definitely
Jesus
just says,
Christ.
"Do you like the ass?" What's Victoria doing?
Well, she does the crazy face.
Just tweaking.
Yeah, that's what she does. She's crazy.
I probably would have been rooting for Victoria in this match if I were watching it at the time.
She was a good character at this point.
I tend to root for the assholes, so.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I mean, Jazz was pretty dominant at this point in time. I mean, she'd only just recently returned, I think, from injury. Well, that's a nice pin.
You're already on a pinfall?
You really are far behind.
Yeah, now I'm just getting into the pin. Am I that much further behind you
two,
Rob?
I'm going to pause it for a couple of seconds.
I'm about synced up with you because Peacock.
I paused it for a couple of seconds, so maybe we're back on it.
Yeah, we got Victoria's grabbing Trish. And
I just saw her slap her across the her across the face.
Now we might be a little bit more synced up.
Yeah.
Needlessly complicated to get something to work where you just go, all right, play.
Cool.
Where Keith says, and she's bald. Yeah, Jazz is bald now.
It is beautiful. Jesus.
We got Chris Benoit in the background yelling.
What a nice slam that is.
I think you're somehow still ahead. That's weird. Then we got push fest going on.
I paused it a bit longer.
Push into the corner. She's going for headbutt. There you go.
That's the ultimate babyface moves in a 2-on-1 situation there.
The double headbutt.
She's laying in these forearms. She's looking really good doing that. Oh, more double two. Whoa, that was nice.
And now she's going to win the 24/7 title. Did she win it, Trish?
No, she's never won it.
She's too important to win that shit, Tony, please.
I know that like Kelly did and a couple other people.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember which ones.
Yeah, exactly. Kelly did.
Yeah, I think the women that have won it are like Kelly, Candice, Michelle,
Tori, maybe?
Alundra Blaze.
Yeah, Blaze did because she dumped it in the trash. Or no, she sold it to DiBiase. That's what it was.
Oh. Okay, there's a sign that's blurred up there, so I assume they had to blur out a looks like a WWF logo.
Yeah.
Maybe they got somebody to just put a little dab of it on paint, like they did with that WrestleMania 2 logo on Peacock.
It's odd because it's not a WWF one. That's the way they're blurring it. They're blurring it because it's the old WWE scratch logo.
Huh.
So it's not the current WWE logo.
That's such a stupid thing to be upset about. It's like that's your history.
Stupid.
It's still logo. Like it's not like it's a they went back in time and put in an AEW thing or something.
Wow, the crowd are really into Trish getting to the thing. I'm surprised because they're usually in all the matches we saw during the Paul Heyman SmackDown podcast. It was all just like all about the puppies and stuff like that. But they actually want Trish to win.
Well, yeah, I mean, oh, what a bastard that's Steven Richards.
Oh,
roll up. Then we got some full moon situation.
Yeah. Well, Trish almost lost that by
fucking pop.
Yeah. Well, Trish almost lost that.
Oh my god! Like you would really think.
Well, Trish almost lost that because she decided that she was going to pull the tights. Jesus Christ!
It's a wonder she didn't break her face.
Oh, nice kick to the face as well.
Ted says a couple manias back, someone had a Roman as a Holocaust denier sign.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Good lord, what year was that?
Wow.
Probably 31 or something. Or 32.
You know, I mean, I know some people weren't that big of a fan of Roman Reigns, but Jesus God, guys. Yeah.
This is a good match. I forgot how good this was.
I told you it was a good match.
I knew it was good, but like it's actually like it gets better every time I see it. Oh, I love this spot.
It holds up too. Like when
He
you really
sold
think of
that amazingly. That might be the best Stratus faction I've ever seen.
So Trish has got to win this one. Yeah, I remember. I don't know who wins most of these matches because I don't remember I never checked ahead of time.
That's it.
Yep, there you go.
Chick kick to the face.
WrestleMania should be the time where 9 out of 10 babyfaces win.
Well, it's interesting because last year it was even in Trish Stratus' hometown of Toronto, and she lost.
They love doing that.
Yeah, I know.
That became a thing like after I think John in Boston, they just started like, let's have people lose.
So I think this is her 4th women's title reign.
So that would have been historic at that point, probably, right?
I don't think it's historic yet.
Because I think that Alundra was only 3? 2?
Yeah, Alundra was only 3.
Right,
Ivory had it 3 times.
How many times did Sable have it?
Sable had it once.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Future president. And I'm not talking about Jonathan Coachman.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, this is so good. The Rock, the heel Rock character is great. Oh, the Rock concert. The good Rock concert.
I love The Rock.
Couldn't care less. Why does everybody always say could care less? The English teacher in me.
I can't imagine you as a teacher. You'd fucking hate those kids.
Oh, God. I'd be just like, you got to say it the right way. That's the point. Learn.
Yeah.
The reason why we're so silent, everybody wondering, is we got a promo going on.
Yeah,
you gotta let The Rock do his thing.
You're talking about the importance of Act 3?
Rock likes talking about climaxes, yeah.
He's
so good.
Yeah. They don't make him like him anymore.
They didn't make him like him then. That's what made him good.
I like that. I like the poignant end to it. Shows he's taking
That's
it
about
seriously.
as close as we get to advertising the end of Stone Cold's career.
So now that we got Eddie Guerrero's entrance coming out here and Chavo, we addressed some of the stuff in the chat. Ted had asked, gotta ask, what are you guys annoyed D-Bry is in the main event now instead of Edge getting his match?
Absolutely not. It's going to be so much better match.
I do think it'll be
it means Edge gets to turn slightly more heel. So yeah, it's so much better now.
Yeah, they really pulled it out. I was worried about that one-on-one.
I saw a good comparison of it again by I think I was listening to the Voices of Wrestling podcast, and they mentioned about the idea of how it's very similar to when the WWE Network first started. It's the fact that there was a guy that came back into the Royal Rumble match. He was a baby face. The crowd start to not supposed to turn on him in the same way they turned on Batista, but started to show a bit of apathy towards him, and they resolved this situation by putting Daniel Bryan in the main event.
Also, Ted had asked if we're on Twitch, but we do have a Smark MMA Twitch and a Fanboys Anonymous Twitch, and Rob has his Dude Felice Twitch that he's going to be working on.
Yep.
Yeah, I just got the graphics for those.
Yeah, we'll probably make appearances on Rob's one every now and again if he wants us to.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, everybody's always welcome. Basically, what my Twitch will end up being is just me just bullshitting and letting some steam go.
Oh, Rhyno's videos got stuff on the angle.
I froze on Team Angle.
Yeah, they said, oh no, it's not Team Angle yet. We have to put Rhyno's entrance on.
I will say, as far as Twitch goes, I don't have any concrete plans, but I've been looking a little bit more into it, and
I feel like you would love it.
If things go the way that I'm hoping that they go, in like backup plan B, C kind of a thing, instead of AD, I'm gonna look into some green screen type stuff at some point after Mania, and we might end up starting to do some other stuff. I don't know. We'll see. So if you want to subscribe on these Twitch accounts, Dude Felice and Smark Out Moment and Fanboys Anonymous, and technically there's a Tony Mango one, but I'm never going to do anything on there probably.
Mm-hmm. Team Angle looks so good at this point.
Everybody in this match is good. I do wish it was Edge and not Rhyno, but
Rhino's great.
He is, and I'm not taking anything away from Rhyno. It's just...
Was it supposed to be Benoit and Edge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Edge got injured a couple of the months earlier before No Way Out. So that was when he broke his neck.
The first time. Well, he never breaks it again. It never gets better.
No. And this is, I mean, to be fair, this tag team between Benoit and Rhyno is built on the fact that both of them have broken their neck in the past year or so.
And Kurt Angle would soon be leaving to go fix his neck.
Yep.
That's a broken neck.
It's not.
Why?
It's not really a good idea to be taking German suplexes every single night on the road for about several months at a time.
Benjamin's still going. He should be a tag team champion still, but not gonna lie, not gonna complain about AJ and Omos because I'm actually looking forward to that.
I mean, I'm appreciating the matching gear here, everyone.
Now, why is this guy not holding up that "Do you like the ass" sign again?
Because he just wants to know, Tony.
You're not gonna. What if somebody out there really likes Rhino's ass, huh?
Be quiet, but then one Eddie Guerrero fighting. I need to watch this.
There's a free shirts sign, I think.
It's like these two are in like essentially a preliminary WWE Tag Team title match at this WrestleMania, and next year they'd both be in the main events.
And they're always great. And as we talked about during the course of the Podium and SmackDown podcast, SmackDown 6 are just amazing. I do have to point out one sign in the crowd because I don't know if it gets shown again. I've never seen it before. There's a sign with Jeff Hardy's symbol that says Jeff Hardy groped me. I just, wow. How that made it past security, I don't know.
Do you think that eventually on Peacock they're going to take the footage of Chris Benoit and they're going to put that little black bar over it like South Park had to do with Muhammad in that one episode?
They're going to have a hard time.
Or it'll be like those My Network TV things where they would just have that like soothing music and it would say this scene has been edited for your safety or whatever.
Well, I think they're just like, again, I just don't feel like Peacock realised what they were getting into when they signed up for this. Like I said, okay, so we've got this match with, who's this guy? Benoit. Oh, what did he do?
Chris Benoit?
What? Him?
Yeah.
Like,
Guess 5 answering the guy with the sign. Billy Gunn's not on this, is he?
No, he's not. He's injured at this point.
Yeah.
So
returns.
One less reason for the "Do you like the ass" sign. I'm a sign guy. Look at that referee in the crowd.
Well, you never know when you might need a spare.
Yeah. Practically every WrestleMania at a certain point onward had at least one, like, we need a new referee moment. So maybe they go, hey, you, guy in the third row, slide in, you know.
I love that when people were leaving to go to the bathroom and stuff like that, they have to hold their signs up while they're doing it. They're just walking across holding their signs up.
I don't think they're running to go to the bathroom. I think that they're just literally doing that to try to get on the screen. You know what I've never understood? The guy just held up the tag team championship replica. I don't get when people go to a pay-per-view and they bring a championship with them.
They're in the spirit, Tony.
Yeah, like to represent.
I don't know. To me, it's kind of like, I understand if you're wearing like a cheesehead hat and you're in like Green Bay and watching a Packers game, or if you got, you know, your face is painted with whatever or something, but you're going to lug a championship with you all night? I ain't going to do that.
I mean, those things are expensive.
And they're heavy.
Could do something with them.
Maybe that's like a really fake one. Maybe that one's made out of plastic or something.
Yeah, like maybe it's just the toy ones.
It looks shiny.
He's really making sure that every time he's up on the screen that he holds it up, though. Look at this guy. He's
yeah, exactly. Like he is such a... Yeah, he's... but like, the match is all about him.
Yeah, just tag team. It's tag team match, tag team titles, tag teams on the line. Every time they're cutting to him, he's doing it.
I think someone told him, look, get it, put it the fuck down.
Yeah.
He seems to have stopped now.
Yeah, if I was behind him, I'd be like, dude, nobody gives a shit. You're not a tag team champion. Put it down.
Yeah, we're watching the tag team champions right now.
Yeah.
We're trying to.
He gets a little bit, he gets a little bit ahead of time, starts doing the I am the tag team champions. Maybe he'll make his own sign that says, do you like the tag?
Oh, throwing a superplex right there, land right on the back of his head there. That's a few more brain cells lost before the inevitable comes along.
Yes. Oh, Jesus.
Shelton's great.
Oh, not call attention to what Taz just said on commentary.
What was it that he said? Is that it?
Did you catch it, John?
I didn't catch it, no.
I'm sure it was something bad about Benoit, right?
Something about scrambling brain cells or something.
He said sometimes you got to sacrifice yourself, and Benoit knows that, and that's why he just did it.
Still not as bad as that WCW one that we were watching where Ravens just...
like cut the...
Holy brainbuster, Batman.
Love the brainbuster from Eddie.
Not when it's on Benoit.
Well, it's literal when it's on Benoit.
Yeah, Peter's a sign guy, yeah. I'm catching up on the chat now. Peter taking part of the Sign Me Up initiative more than anybody else in history. Hence, one of the reasons why he's a Smark Amendment Hall of Famer.
Oh, that was nice.
Guess what says I hate it when Charlotte brings the championship with her.
Ooh. Here comes the Germans.
That quote from World War II.
I was trying to think of some kind of a joke like that. I was going to say, I know people come all the way around the world to go to WrestleMania, but I didn't know there was a whole contingent of the Germans. Here comes the Germans. Here comes the French. Here comes the
British.
Here comes the Axe. Here comes the Smasher.
Here come the Benjamins.
Oh.
Here comes the money.
Benjamin, I think, should be allowed to do super kicks. Only Benjamin and Shawn.
He does good super kick.
He does them really good.
You know who shouldn't? Dolph Ziggler.
He did them well for a while, and then it just became parody.
Well, he shouldn't be doing anything. He should be retired.
Ted says he was watching Starcade. Someone had a Hogan Fears emo sign.
Oh, look. Oh, it's going to be the spot of the night. Here we go. Leg drop.
Yeah, you're definitely a little bit ahead of us again.
Well,
by a split second.
Service.
Frog Splash. Ted says, yeah, they come from Europe to accuse Roman of being a Holocaust denier.
Jesus.
Here comes the Germans. I'm part German. I can make those jokes.
Look at that huge pop for the gore.
I was never as big on Rhyno.
But you're wrong.
He was awesome.
There's plenty of other animals I like better. Like Batista.
Do you just like wake up thinking of how I can fit puns into things?
I gotta go to sleep before I wake up.
Team Angle retain. Again, another good fast-paced match. The undercard is delivering. Except
imagine, and again, we're building, folks. I really miss that. Like I guarantee you, Saturday's WrestleMania is going to kick off with McIntyre and Lashley.
Every match has got to go somewhere between 15 and 25 minutes until the main event, and then we got to go 40.
Or the main event will be 5 minutes because it's just move.
Thankfully, we won't have that
move. You know, kind of like a finisher over and over again.
Yeah, I'll spoil something here. There's no match on this entire card goes over 23 minutes. And it's still one of the greatest WrestleManias of all time.
It is kind of obvious when you're looking at a match like this, though, and it's like, oh, Chavo's taking a pin, you know?
Well, yeah, if you knew that, if you knew Team Angle were going to retain.
WrestleMania, I'm so excited. I'm not watching any of it.
Yeah, really, this is the kind of stuff. This is where I would say you need a kickoff show.
Okay, now Tori and Stacey are doing the catfight girl routine.
I get the hype about Stacey.
So did George Clooney.
Yeah, I don't blame him. And that's no downgrade of the other on the screen, but still.
Oh God, we just saw this.
You know what's really sad? They're better actors than some of the people in WWE these days.
Oh yeah, I know.
Well, because they're paid actors.
Still.
Spoiler, they don't settle it. Yeah. Why can't we do both? There you go.
King's eyes just wide open.
Yeah, but King's just like, get him a bed.
Jesus.
That was dumb. Sign in the ring. Sign this behind them there.
Yeah.
Here we go. First of the, I guess, the
All
5 big
there you
matches.
go.
So, like,
God, it's
every
a
match
terrible
from this
beard.
point on is like a main event, isn't it?
It eventually would be a main event.
Well, no, but like it's this and then 2 title matches and 2 dream matches.
Yeah.
It's amazing. What a card.
So I've got this production track.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
I think it's Gothic Vocalize. Is the name of the song? I don't remember.
Why do you have all of those? Like, can we...
Quality songs. It's gonna start getting into the kind of music.
And back from the Royal Rumble, which we watched before.
Which is great.
On Patreon. This is such an organic story. I love it.
You can't go wrong with Shawn Michaels versus Chris Jericho either. They're just too good in the ring.
And I just love the fact this is Jericho. Jericho. This is Michaels' first match at WrestleMania since 14.
Austin.
Yeah.
And I would argue at all times this is Jericho's greatest rival.
Oh, I think he's his greatest rival. I'd say of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there's Benoit and there's others, but like, Michaels and Jericho have great chemistry.
Do a little side trip piece here where he's attacking Stacey Keibler with chairs and walls of Jericho.
Can't do that anymore. I still don't know. I mean, I'm not a performer, so I can't speak on it, but I still don't know why they can't do chair shots to the head when they have their hands up. Because then you're not actually hitting them in the head. You're just hitting their hands.
No, they should be able to. It's just I just don't think they want to risk it.
Yeah, it's more of a risk than if you don't do it. So I understand that, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like if they did that once in a while, people would go crazy for it nowadays.
I think it's just like it's the visual it sends, you know.
They don't want kids doing it and all that.
That's a brain damage thing.
Well, I mean, at that point, you got to stop doing DDTs and
should probably stop wrestling altogether.
Yeah. Ted says Pineapple Pete was a better rivalry. See, this is like
Shawn Michaels hasn't found himself yet.
This is Shawn to me, where he's still not like we were talking the other day about how like nowadays I picture Shawn Michaels with a cowboy hat on, because if I don't, then I get really sad. You know?
Well, don't worry, he won't let you see him without a cowboy hat on.
Yeah,
if he can help it.
There's an ass clown sign. That guy likes the ass.
More ass clown.
Yeah, there's another ass clown thing. This is good to know for the future. Any other Fannounce tables that we've got, Callum will perpetually at least be 2 seconds ahead of us.
Yep.
That's fair. I mean, he's already like 7 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, that's true.
And several years ahead of you intellectually.
Oh, well, yes.
We'll think of responses at some point.
I'll see you in 7 years, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's fine, you got 2 second arc.
Just be like, hey. Any of you guys at this Mania? I've only been to WrestleMania 29, which, if you can imagine, that was disappointing.
No, I've never been to America, so I've never been to America or Canada, so that basically rules me out of every WrestleMania.
Never to America a single time?
Of ever going to America, do you?
Huh.
I've only traveled to like 2 or 3 countries before, and they've all been in Europe. I'm terrified of flying, so that's part of the reason why I don't do it.
Oh, that's fair.
Also, why would I want to go to America?
Well, at this point.
Yeah.
We'll come to you, don't worry.
This is one of the funniest entrances to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Dennis, has anyone made you cover Crown Jewel when Brock kills Braun?
He made himself cover it.
That one's labeled on the website as, I think, Crown Jewel sucked. Is the name of that video.
Oh, confetti
hey,
guns.
China's gimmick. It's less effective though.
Look at his dancing.
Let's pick it up a third one. Nope, can't do it.
Yeah,
Hey, Yoda.
this is why it's hilarious. Because at least a few of these cannons don't work.
Why is that even like the thing that they would have chosen for him to have for his entrance too?
Well, it's not over just yet. It's just adding this little aspect to it, so just to be a little bit. Look, to be fair, Michaels owns it. He owns it, so.
I got one more. It's like...
Please come on, work.
He sells it so well that I almost feel like it's just like an intentional rib.
They should have blamed it on Jericho. Been like, Jericho knew that those things were coming out ahead of time, and he sabotaged a couple. Marquis says the crown jewel review will always have a special place in my heart. First Smark moment video I watched, and my most favorite one
because it was labeled crown jewel suck.
Probably why people are like, "What's this guy gonna rant about?" And I'm just kind of like, "Why didn't you give it to Braun?"
Isn't Marquis the one who recently commented, "I love hearing you guys shit on stuff"?
Yeah, I think so.
There's a sign in the crowd saying, "Where are my pants?"
Where are my pants? The Lego movie.
Oh, that's a bit more like it. That's very classic. That's very old school Michael's Pyro.
I love it.
Safeco field.
Isn't it weird that like everything that Shawn is on gets Jimmy Hart on a card for like decades? Like,
really?
You can still hear Jimmy Hart's voice on NXT because that's him in the background doing the sexy boy.
Technically speaking.
Probably the longest I've ever heard Shawn Michaels' thing.
Nah, WrestleMania 12 goes longer, I think.
Well, I never saw WrestleMania 12.
Really?
No.
That might be the next one that we do.
It's shorter than an episode of Raw is currently. We should make you watch it.
Maybe we'll do another one of those down the line, WrestleMania 12, because I'd love to revisit that one, because it used to be one that I loved, but I guarantee it wouldn't hold up as well.
Pretty tired now. That long walk to the ring.
Jimmy Hart's great. Yeah, baby. I'm going to have some baked potatoes.
Crowd is so into this.
Yeah,
dude, it's wrestling.
HBK's back.
Like, still good.
I know, but like, it's just nice to see crowd reacting to something. They're not trying to.
I don't know if you're gonna feel that way after you hear the live crowd at WrestleMania 37.
It depends what match it is. I'm sure there's at least one match they're going to try and take over because they don't care. Probably whatever that match for the SmackDown tag titles is.
No, I think it'll be Matt Riddle and Sheamus.
Well, no, they'll be intentionally chanting against Riddle on that one rather than just.
Well, that's true. Like, I guess they'll care.
I like Jericho's ring gear for this too.
Yeah, it's one of his better ones.
I like the contrast of the blue and the red.
Yeah, and that's classic Shawn Michaels ring gear too. Not my favorite Shawn Michaels ring gear of all time, but that's like, if I were to imagine somebody did like you know how like in cartoons there's really only one design of a character, this would be like, I could see that being like a Shawn Michaels design.
It's better than the brown look that he had at Survivor Series.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that one's terrible. I go for more of the WrestleMania 12 or the match against Undertaker at, I think it's 25, might be 26, the one where he's wearing the white. I think it's 25. Michael's in like the white ring gear. I always thought was better. But
I typically I go towards his WrestleMania 10 look with the white and the red, and I like that he redid it when he fought Cena. I always thought that was a very underrated look.
You know what I appreciate about the start of this match? In fact, that this match starts with like the collar and elbow tie up and the chain wrestling and stuff like that. And to be fair, that's like what 90% of all wrestling matches in WWE today start with. And the great thing about this is the fact that this is the only match to have started like that so far.
Right.
Every match has gotten straight into the action otherwise, and now this means that this means a little bit more. It feels different.
Because they used to care about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because they should just get into the action occasionally when the match like felt like it needed that.
Oh, we're going to talk about several matches that are going to start with like straight up punches in a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, with Hogan and McMahon, they can't really do much else, really. Although that one, actually, I don't think it does start with that. I guess it does to a degree. Oh, slap to the face. And he's out of the Royal Rumble.
Oh, so they were still using... This is back... They already had those kind of commentary desks that are just like inserted sheets of cardboard or whatever. I don't like those.
Is it really? So did they make those worse over time? Because now they just break with any slight touch.
No, they don't really. Like, there's a lot of times where they're supposed to break and they just like stay where they are.
Visually, they look so much better than what they were at a different era, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of those commentary tables when they break. Always good when somebody does a reverse of the crossbody like that. Even better when they can like grab the guy, pick him up, you know?
Oh, that was nice.
A couple more people that are watching, but not necessarily in the chat. If you are, chat it up. Let us know. Thanks for joining. Pull a Comrade Thompson. Chat me up. You know, that's dangling necklace that Shawn Michaels has.
Yeah,
I've always been so nervous that the one that Jeff Hardy has with that point, I'm always like, that's going to just dig into somebody at some point.
Or
it never has.
Well, we'll probably just dig into Jeff, and Jeff will survive it because he survives everything.
It's just right in that spot where the, like, you know, just lands on a weird way. It's just going to pierce his neck or something. It always makes me nervous.
So I've never noticed this before. Where did Charles Robinson get his hair cut for this before this?
What do you mean?
It's really not the Charles Robinson.
Oh, wow. What the hell is that?
There's a sign that says, I know a sexier boy. Yeah, it's not a good haircut. You got a cut by the character from Dick Tracy, the flat top kind of thing going on.
Figure 4. Won't be seeing Ric Flair wrestling, at least on this card. We'll see him, but we won't see him in the ring.
I'm sure Michaels Flair was discussed for this card, at least tentatively, just because they're there.
I guess so. I think they made the right choice, really.
Yeah, they did.
For anybody who's following our fantasy league teams, Wago is gonna apparently drop Brian before Mania at some point.
I would not do that if I were here. But I'm not going to say
that if I were him.
And as soon as he drops him, I'm there to pick him up.
Because Brian is likely going to win that belt.
Well, I don't say it's like super likely, but it's definitely an option. And like, who else are you going to get? Like, but you might as well take the risk. Oh, that's one thing I will have to. I might as well announce here because if people are watching and you guys are more of our most loyal fans about the fantasy league. WrestleMania is both nights. WrestleMania is going to be double points.
So are we ending the season at WrestleMania, or are you carrying that through SummerSlam?
WrestleMania will be the final one of this season a bit, and then well, depending on how we decide to approach it, we'll restart.
I need to get that under control. I got my ass kicked all year.
And I'm thinking of a restart. We might. I'm have a few like additional plans on top of this, as we see Chris Jericho put on the Walls of Jericho on the outside.
Always good. There was a dude with a WrestleMania 12 jacket on too.
I'm planning on potentially incorporating some element of AEW into it as well.
Oh.
As in, like, maybe not all of it, but just like we might have an additional 2 slots in the team for 2 AEW wrestlers as well.
Does Dark Elevation count?
I would say, yeah, I'd say both of them. Those would count as well. If you wanted to go down that route. But it depends like how much effort I'm willing to put into it.
Yeah, we got some time.
But we'll see. It's because I want to incorporate some of AEW because I just prefer watching AEW, so I'm going to be watching that anyway. So
Jericho Cloud in the chat.
Hey.
Casey asks our thoughts on Flair's TNA run.
I liked it. I liked it. I'm actually one of the people who really felt like TNA had a shot.
He was in the ring too much. I was surprised how many matches he had in TNA. I think he had like 10
also
or so.
Just didn't like the AJ Styles trying to be Ric Flair type of thing.
No, that wasn't good. The best thing that Ric Flair did while he was in TNA was feud with Jay Lethal.
That woo 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 woo
Yeah.
woo. That's the best thing.
Yeah. That showed that Jay Lethal, that's probably the thing that confirmed to Jay Lethal over everything else that he could be a world champion in another promotion. Realized he had to leave TNA to get there.
I'll always put over Fortune. I thought Fortune was great concept, poor execution, but great concept.
I loved the name.
Michael's Jericho doing the it's very 2020 of him to be talking in the middle of the ring to the other guy. Getting tips from Roman, obviously Roman Reigns picking up some things from that.
Yeah, he's gonna have his first. So many firsts coming up next week, or not next week, but the week after.
This is one we get this is the first match we've had like a real extended heat segment. That's good.
Right, it's very old school because at this point, even though Shawn Michaels was only gone 4 years, they're treating him like he's ancient.
And I love the fact that so Jericho just hit the backbreaker there, and it's just a case of that's been just the ongoing thing with Michael since he returned. Is the fact that he's obviously had a bad back, and so they can just target that in every match now.
And they would literally do that until he retired.
I mean, to be fair, they start targeting the leg. Jericho busts up his eye at one point as well, so they mix it up from the back every now and again. I'm slightly bleeding from the nose there as well. Well, God, imagine crowds getting excited when someone's escaping a chinlock.
Yeah, we on the Paul Heyman SmackDown podcast, we saw a lot of those just like really old school heat segments. I kept mentioning, dropping the arm when somebody's in a sleeper hold. Just
I think
really
we'll see
basic,
that at some point.
But good shit.
Yeah, I think we'll see that at least one point during the show. I can't say for certain, but I think we might see something like that. Oh, nice DDT there. Let's see. How many points do you get if Kenny Omega wins the Impact title? We'll talk about that. I don't know if does that class the world title?
Yes, because they're yes.
I don't know. I mean, they lost their world title status.
It depends whether I class it. I think if I'm going to include AEW, it will just be exclusively AEW championships, and that means yes, the NWA women's title would not count as well. That'll be my ruling on this one if I decide to go it. Crazy. How close are we to episode 484, the 400th episode since the Death TNA podcast?
Yeah, we just passed 484. We did 486.
Look
at if I would have known that, I would have made a lot of TNA jokes.
Oh, this is so good. This far, just
bad pose though. He didn't get that.
But then
down.
he nips up behind him. Oh, I love this match.
It's so good.
Now I have seen this match. I haven't watched the pay-per-view bell to bell, but I've seen this match before bell to bell.
Yeah.
Because I mean, come on, obviously.
Yeah, Michael bleeding out a little bit.
Do you guys prefer heel Jericho or babyface Jericho?
Heel Jericho.
Jericho, Edge, Hunter, and up until his comeback, Shawn Michaels always worked better as heels.
To be fair, and I don't want to say this too much, most people work better as heels.
I think Shawn's way better as a babyface.
Yeah, but if you I think him towards the end, he's better as babyface.
When he's a legend,
flopped because he sucked as a babyface.
Yeah, when he was a legend, I think
96 works. I think it's just they didn't have like the right storylines. He didn't have the right attitude at the time. But I think that his character works fine.
I mean, blanket statement, I guess. Yeah, he works fine, but
no, I think the crowd really turned on him as soon as he won the title. And maybe that's partly just due to crowd, just like they like the original story, and then when the title's won, they turn on it. But I think also part of it is just due to the fact that Michaels is, well, in real life was an unlikable human being. I think that carries over.
Well, plus, I mean, that was a different time frame too, where some people legitimately really didn't like Shawn Michaels because they were like, this guy's like an effeminate kind of guy, and I want my world champion to be this like a tough dude kind of a thing, So
you weren't in the Undertaker's locker room.
So is this Jericho's greatest WrestleMania match?
I can't think of a better one.
Yeah. In terms of just quality, I would say yes.
Yeah, I can't think of one that really stands out above this one.
Fandango.
Obviously, it's not. It's arguably not even in the top 5 Michael's best WrestleMania matches.
I think it was to a point.
But yeah, I think it's arguable to be in there because like the 2 Undertaker matches, Kurt Angle, I'd say Ric Flair is over this.
I mean, there's that triple threat match though. Like, there is a reason he's called Mr. WrestleMania.
Yeah, and the Cena match isn't super memorable, but it is a very good match.
There's a reason he's called Mr. WrestleMania.
Yeah. Again, it's WrestleMania, you kick out all the finishes. Oh, yes.
Catch him in the
I love that
Lion
spot.
Tamer.
Yeah, just love that spot.
Lion Tamer, of course, is so much better when it's like it's got more torque on it, but
yeah, well, this is the Walls of Jericho. The Walls of Jericho and Lion Tamer are slightly different in the fact that the Lion Tamer is when he puts the knee in the back.
Yeah. I always like that better.
Yeah, it is that one. But the issue with the Lion Tamer is it's so difficult to get out of that you can't actually do it if you're not going to win the match with it. Like, that's the move that it's like when Kurt Angle grapevines the leg on the ankle lock, that's when you know the match is over.
Yeah. Or apparently with the pyro with Kane.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole thing we talked about recently.
Yeah, there's always some sort of signal that the guy's going to win the match.
And I like when my wrestling matches aren't like super pristine. If it's a little sloppy, I think it adds to the realism,
Yeah, that was good. That's like his little backbreak spot.
In the chat, this match should have main evented. I'll argue this to the dying day. This match or another match? Might have been Cena HBK. I might be talking about that.
Yeah, probably. Maybe something like that. Edge versus Y2J is not better than this.
Yeah, and it's
another awesome spot.
He does the best little shuffle.
It's not the greatest super kick of all time, but it will do. I think
somehow Rob's ahead of me as well.
I think that was the point, really, that this isn't supposed to be the greatest super kick ever.
Right, like it's supposed to look like a shitty version of.
Yeah, I can, King. It is better than that.
I just noticed the photographer ringside has a WWE and the American flag kind of logos.
Oh yeah.
Just noticed those.
Oh yeah, those were very. That's everything was American flag at the time because
yeah,
Iraq and everything. Yeah, go kill Saddam. Take his nuclear weapons and his oil. Oh, they're no leak weapons. We'll just take the oil.
Exactly.
Cloud in the chat asks, what are some of our favorite Mania matches of all time?
I start every calendar year by watching Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels. That's a thing I do. It's my favorite match ever. There's of course the triple threat at WrestleMania 20, the Shawn Michaels, Kurt Angle. A lot of them just include Shawn Michaels. I mean, like, he's great.
Yeah, I'd say like Michael's Angle is great. I go there's some really of the good the original Money in the Bank ladder match. It's great. More recently, I'd say Triple H Daniel Bryan.
It's a great match.
Trying to think of other ones that really like the original match for the quote unquote first like women's championship before it turned into the Raw and SmackDown side a bit between Charlotte, Becky, and Sasha.
Man, that felt so important.
I'd also argue like Charlotte versus Asuka from WrestleMania 34 as well. I would argue to this day that was the best match in WrestleMania 34.
Even though I know Tony hates those matches, I really like those matches.
Brock and Roman. I watched the one with Seth, obviously, but I've also would watch Brock Goldberg. That was great. Well, not the original, obviously.
That's a great 4-minute match, man.
Yeah.
Edge Undertaker, I think, is underrated.
Very much so. Undertaker Batista.
Oh, that was an awesome match, Undertaker Batista. Yeah.
Undertaker has like a good 6 years of WrestleMania matches.
Oh, obviously Punk Undertaker as well. Best match from WrestleMania 29. Although that is not saying much.
Yeah.
He goes from that match with Brock is the shit, but preceding that he has 7 classic WrestleMania matches. So good on him.
That's a nice elbow drop.
I've always loved his elbow drops more than most.
Yeah, I like his elbow drops even better than Macho Man.
I still prefer
They all
Kyrie.
have a unique way of going into it.
Yeah, Kyrie's got probably the best.
Yeah, I miss her. It's so good. The crowd gets so excited because he's missed the super kick this time, and now he's back in the walls, and they think, "Oh my god, it has to be over now."
Yeah, right, because it's the second time. There's no way.
Undertaker versus Batista. Yeah, I think Undertaker Batista should have main evented over Cena HBK.
If they knew what the finish was, then yes, they should have absolutely. I don't understand why they didn't.
But I kind of actually prefer the fact because I don't think they would have worked as hard because they felt like they were screwed out of it because they were put in the middle of the card and they were only given X number of minutes, and so they decided, right, we're going to fucking steal the show here and do all we can do.
Yeah.
I think that injustice actually fueled that match and made it better than it could have possibly been.
Oh, obviously we got to talk. If we're talking some of our favorite Mania matches of all time, submission match WrestleMania with
Austin, yeah,
Austin and
oh my god,
that's just fundamentally one of the best matches.
Oh, there we go. Kick him right in the face.
Leg slaps work if you do it right.
And you don't see the fucking leg slap either.
No.
It looks so good.
There's a sign that says "You are butt."
For life.
Just "You are butt."
That guy's super excited that Jericho kicked out. That was so good.
This is a rarity at this point. We've seen 3 finishers so far, and none of them have worked. Nowadays, that's just a match.
Nowadays, that's the entire match.
Depending on who's wrestling, yes.
Oh yeah, more other WrestleMania matches are great. Edge versus Mick Foley.
Oh my god, yes.
A lot of
Randy
WrestleMania
Orton,
22
I think, is an underrated streak match.
Oh yeah, the Randy Orton one's a good match.
Here we go.
Oh,
good finish.
Great ending. Yeah, it's a really good ending. Such a great match.
And they have the rarity where they actually do a story after the match, and it really plays into it well.
Jericho just crying his eyes out.
Plus, nowadays, WWE would be like, nope, Jericho's got to win.
Happy birthday, Mo.
Sorry, I chose wrestling over you.
Yeah, that's a really shitty son right there.
You can't even argue like, well, I've had these tickets for a while. It's like, no, birthday's been a regular thing before where you were even born, so. What you gonna do, Sign?
What you gonna do, Vince?
Oh, it's offering them the handshake. I know, a sexy boy, yeah. Oh yeah, you said that earlier.
I wonder what they actually said to each other.
Get ready for the low blow.
Bryce.
I love that he's like,
fitting on him as well. See, Nakamura, this is how it's done.
Yeah.
in fairness, Nakamura did it well. It's just the follow through sucked.
Yeah.
Oh, he never should have been in a position where he won the Royal Rumble and then it was just to set that up. They fucked him from the start.
Guess 5 saying Ray versus Cody was decent. I think at the time it was a really good match, just not one that lives long in the memory.
Does it count if I popped really hard when JBL threw the trash can at Hornswoggle?
That was fun.
Because I was just like, yeah, this is great. The match itself wasn't, but...
Sylvain.
Yes.
The French referee that screwed Hulk Hogan at No Way Out.
Where are we at now? Okay. The typical fade to black. I was like, oh, are we getting something weird?
Oh, it's a big Safeco field attendance record.
900,000 people.
So that's probably about 40,000.
Yeah, they always bump it up.
Bump it up.
Bump it up.
Bump up this.
Bump it up.
Okay, now we've got another musical performance. So if anyone wants to get a drink or anything like that, now's the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, now it's time for...
throwing out some plugs then?
Some plugs, exactly, yeah.
I'm going to get a drink while you rattle off the stuff.
Good enough time to do the plugs here. You guys should know the plugs by now, most likely, but just in case you don't, maybe you're brand new and maybe you don't know the way that we normally do things here. One of the plugs, of course, is make sure you're subscribing. If you're on YouTube, if you're listening now, if you're listening afterward, then subscribe on this YouTube platform and all the other different platforms. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter at SmarkOutMoment. Follow all of our Twitter accounts. Callum is at Wigmeister14. Rob is at Dude Felice, all over the place. And I am at Tony Mango, spelled out like that. You can find it just by going under the Smark Out Moment one and clicking around. But if you are subscribed to the channel and maybe you wanted to get the notification ahead of time of when we were doing this, the best way to do that is if you click on those email alerts and you'll know when every video goes up and every live thing goes up. And we are doing live post shows after at least all the WrestleMania things that we were planning on doing. Going forward, I'm hoping to try to make that just the way that we do all the post shows. And
yeah, I think at this point you've proven that it's like a worthwhile thing.
Yeah, and I've gotten, I got my newer computer this year, so I got most of that stuff set up. Now I know that we can even do like the live watch-alongs, and I can have the little ticker on screen and stuff. So I want to try to do more live content. I like that a lot better, instead of just doing the mailbags like that. But we are having a mailbag coming up pretty soon. So I know I got an email earlier from Howard for the mailbag, sending in some questions ahead of time. I haven't checked it yet because I got it during this podcast, but send in your questions ahead of time if you...
every month.
What's that?
It's crazy that we used to do those every month. Like we had the time, and I just don't know how we did that.
We couldn't do it now. We don't have the time for that. But the game plan is to do that a little bit after WrestleMania. It's going to be probably probably not the week after Mania. I don't know 100% for sure. It's either going to be the week after Mania or the week after Mania. But it's also going to be lumped in somewhere along the lines. We're going to do the recap of the Smark Madness tournament. So go ahead and vote on that while you are able to. We got the best pay-per-view names of all time going on. Currently on round 3, if I remember correctly.
Which is just the big 4 against schlubs.
And I'm expecting the big 4 to move on. I haven't checked yet to see, so I'm not spoiling anything, but I would expect that to be the 4 of them got my votes at the very least. So
I think Money in the Bank stands a chance.
Yeah, it might get the upset on that. Because I was debating between that. I'm like, I don't know if I like Money in the Bank better than Survivor Series. Because it's not the pay-per-view, it's just the name. So that's something. Also, to plug a couple other things, if you are, because Limp Bizkit's still going off, we don't do much music content, but if we do anything music related, it would be over on Fanboys Anonymous. So go to fanboysanonymous.com, because that's the geek culture website.
We do music content every week on the Review to a Kill podcast.
That's true. We do talk about the music of the James Bond series when we're ever doing that, because that is our James Bond podcast, A Review to a Kill. We just the other day, yesterday was it? When we recorded Octopussy?
Yes.
I think it was,
no,
yeah.
It was, 2 days ago.
We got Octopussy in the can. That sounds terrible. I shouldn't have said it like that. But Octopussy...
Is that next to Prince Albert in the can?
Octopussy is coming out on April 23rd, I think is when that gets premiered. You should see that up on your feed for Fanboys Anonymous. And we're not on the pillow fight right now. We're still on Limp Bizkit. That's why I'm doing the plugs.
While we're here, since we have some live feedback, what do you guys think about the idea of merging the Patreons into one big Mango Tree account? Would you
let us know about that. Something to think about. If you are not subscribed to the Patreons and you want to help us out, patreon.com/smarkoutmoment, patreon.com/fanboysanonymous. Trying to get it to the point where we can get more regular people to take advantage of even the $1 tier. And I think that we give you way more enough than that's worth $1 a month. So if you want to make sure that we are continuing to do this kind of stuff, consider donating to that and taking advantage of the Darkcast and the bonus feature tiers, which I mentioned before. If enough people do it, I will make those the $5 tiers instead of the $10 tiers.
What it needs to be is the $3 tier, so each of us get $1.
Well, it needs to be overhead, so it would need to be the $5 tier. But the $5 tier is my game plan for the Patreon exclusives. There's also the Pick Your Poison tier, which Guest 5 takes advantage of on a regular basis. Thank you to Guest 5. Thank you to Marco for taking advantage of that as well. Whenever anybody does any of these kind of stuff, it's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. It always puts a huge smile on my face. And it keeps me going. Kind of like the Energizer Bunny. It's putting a battery back in me.
See, whenever they fade to black, I get nervous now.
Right.
Because that means they cut something. And we don't know what it was.
At least Fred does shut up now. This is like the whole big segment of if you're actually a wrestling fan, you can just skip this next
This is
10,
go take a crap, go get a soda, go do what you need to do, because McMahon and Hogan are coming up next, and we ain't stopping after that.
So
actually, no. It's next is Triple H Booker T.
Even better.
What's
that means there's 4 matches left, and we're
Tanya
not stopping.
Bollinger?
Yeah, and Kitana Baker.
Now that's a name that we could have brought up Superstar Reports.
Well, she's both realistic,
right? So that's interesting. Who's going to be a better celebrity appearance for WrestleMania? These two or Bad Bunny and Logan Paul? There's Jake Paul. Which one? Which one of the Pauls is it?
Paul Logan,
I believe.
Jake Paul was fighting somebody.
How'd they get a bed there that quick? Can I get beds delivered that quick?
But he didn't get delivered from somewhere.
Very complicated at the same time.
It's like they planned it ahead of time. They just needed to do their skits.
It's almost as big as the one in my bedroom.
What? What did JR just say? The king's bed has calluses on them? Good lord.
So this is a title match.
Yeah, this could be for the Divas Championship. Why didn't she say three-way? Why did she say triple threat? Oh, Coach said it.
Now there goes Tori.
Tori's got a lot of experience with women in bed from the Paul Heyman and SmackDown series.
Yes. And this time it's consensual.
You know what annoys me about stuff like this? They just set up that this was going to happen, and you're going to be like, no, we're involved. Yeah, we fucking know from the last segment.
No, they didn't necessarily say that they were all going to get in bed together.
No, but it's like, lowest common denominator. We can tell.
What?
At what point did Vince decide he always wanted four-way matches to be called fatal four-ways?
I don't know. I don't know who decided it.
You're not even going to do the pinfall?
No, Coach is just watching.
There's no pins.
Why is Coach both doing commentary and the King and JR at the same time?
Now, look, I'm a guy, the way that they're marketing towards, it's going to work for me in this kind of an era, but at the same time, this is garbage. We have to admit it.
This is total garbage.
They covering the James Bond films. It's not, we're not above this.
You take four sexy girls, and I'm going to pay attention to it, but at the same time, I can't imagine.
They've all decided to stop.
And just do that to Coach, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just embarrass Coach. This is all just to embarrass Coach.
Like, what a waste of a segment.
I know.
Well, Katana Baker is a WWE veteran. She was going to make out Stephanie at the September pay-per-view until they bait and switched to Rikishi.
And it's like, we're all buds now.
Yeah. I think to a certain demographic, it's like, okay. If you're going to waste 10 minutes, just do that instead.
Hold on. Again, who was watching porn and going, let's just do those stories? Like,
you forgetting this 2003 porn isn't as readily available as it is nowadays.
So,
my favorite Triple H era. I know Callan disagrees wholeheartedly.
I have so much to say about this match.
Yeah.
This is one of the most infuriating matches of all time.
I wonder if it'll be cut from Peacock later.
Booker should have been so much bigger.
Again, to say as it is, he should have won the World Heavyweight Championship on this match. In this match, on this night. There is no reason that he shouldn't have done except for the guy running it is fucking the boss's daughter.
Even if he loses it the next night, he should have won here.
Well, yeah, I think this is the most obvious example of Triple H's political power at work here, because the whole story is built around the idea of Booker T overcoming adversity, being coming back from the prison background. Triple H saying that people like him don't deserve to be world champion.
With your nappy hair and your dancing.
Yeah, exactly. Which is always
literally what he said.
Yeah.
I just like the look. I like the Horseman. Let's dress to the nines. So world championship look.
I have this song too.
But isn't that the whole story, Rob? Isn't that the idea that the fact that he says that Booker T doesn't look like a world champion?
Well, Booker T can dress. Booker T can get dressed like that too. I'm just saying, I like when the world champion is in suits.
I don't like that Triple H hair though.
I'm gonna dye it even more blonde so I can be Ric Flair.
Right. Yeah. I'm not a fan of this Triple H look.
I actually really like it.
It's just like it's obvious he's just trying to be okay. I'm a Ric Flair. I'm Harley Race right now.
Yeah.
And it's just such a like he just doesn't have. I know some people get annoyed at. He doesn't have the charisma to pull off those two guys.
Harley Race didn't have that hair.
I'd argue so. Well, actually, I wouldn't argue that regards, but Triple H was good in the. I can see why some people like this side of Triple H, but I think he was better in the heel role when he was the McMahon Helmsley thing. I think that was a better Triple H. So a Triple H that had something to prove and was willing to do whatever it takes to stay at the top. This one, he's just so over the top arrogant about how good he is. It's just more of a go away appeal for me. It doesn't make me hate him. It makes me want to just not watch him. Which is why I didn't watch Raw.
He gets the entrance first.
Yeah, I know. That's bizarre as well. Let's see. We're going to be here for like 10 minutes while Triple H makes his entrance.
What do you think of the purple?
Again, it's stupid. Why is he wearing purple tights?
He's Ric Flair.
No, Ric Flair's the guy behind him.
No.
Flair wasn't wearing purple on a regular basis, was he?
Yeah, he did when he was wrestling.
Yeah, when he was like in the NWA.
Really?
Used to be like little, yeah. Well, yeah, it used to be little ribs that he had with the guys that he would wear like purple and pink tights and stuff like that, and he'd still get over.
I always picture Flair more in red.
I've seen Flair in red or black.
He also wore a lot of purple, a lot of blue. Like we'll see Triple H try some fuchsia trunks on Raw. Like, he really experiments here.
Yeah, and it's not for the better.
It's better look than that era where he had those purplish pants with the little like T on it.
I didn't like the bodybuilder shorts. Yeah, again, all 2003. He's just like, I'm gonna experiment.
Well, to be fair, he's wearing the bodybuilder shorts not because it's an aesthetic thing. It's because of the fact that his thighs were always damaged.
Well, they were damaged long before SummerSlam. Why didn't he start wearing it sooner?
Which is the fact that he's always suffered from quadricep injuries. Probably due to the fact that he's pumped his body so full of steroids that his actual muscle strength is so weak.
Callum's in a mood.
which is I'm just saying the obvious. I'm just gonna be so annoyed with this match.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything that's untrue.
I love this era Triple H, but I definitely understand to each their own.
But just because the story of this match is going into it is so good, and Booker T felt like he was really organically over at this point.
I think Triple H probably made the argument. Well, Flair didn't drop it to Ricky Morton, and he didn't drop it to everybody. You got to be a big star to win the belt. Like, whereas we were reaching an era where anybody could essentially win the belt, even if it's just for a day.
Guess 5's bringing up Star Wars. # Last Jedi sucked. I like my WrestleMania where babyfaces win 9 times out of 10, like I mentioned earlier. I can't imagine if I was watching at this time that I would have wanted any scenario other than Booker T winning.
I often think about, like, what if we were doing the podcasts back in these eras? Like, what would we have said? Would we have been like, it's a given Booker T's going to win?
Yeah, if I had, like, the same mentality and cynicism that I do now watching, like, the early Attitude Era, for instance, or if, like, when I was like watching, 92 SummerSlam for the first time on a VHS, if that was like something where you could do a podcast back then, it'd be like, wow, the Intercontinental Championship is main eventing? What happened with this? The WWE title is definitely downgraded, and that kind of a thing. There's benefits and there's negatives when it comes to those sort of things.
Then leave Triple H alone. Well, I'm pretty sure he's doing okay. I don't think he was going to be sweating me mocking him on a podcast. And Nick Patrick's the referee as well. That's add even more to it. Hey, you think?
Cloud says, I realized pretty much anybody could be a world champion the second that Jack Swagger won the big gold belt.
Right, like we would eventually get to that era of, okay, literally anybody can be a world champion.
Oh yeah, who is kind of your guy for that then? Who's the guy that showed you that anybody could be world champion?
Swagger's really good. Let me think about it for a second.
You know who I would say is a legitimate answer to that, even though obviously I wasn't watching at the time, but I could see being a legitimate answer for it. Mick Foley.
Not to me. When Foley won, I was like, this is great. He's finally winning the title, kind of a thing. We look up world champions. World heavyweight champion list. WWE. Because I know I would not remember every single world heavyweight champion, because that's the belt that's kind of like a blind spot for me.
Well, I know some people would argue Great Khali, but Great Khali, like, is a monster, would be a fitting world champion.
Yeah.
You know what though? Honestly, as much as I like him, as much as I ended up liking the character and the gimmick, Bradshaw.
Bradshaw's a good option for that. Yeah. Rey Mysterio, I think, to a certain extent.
I mean, that told you that
you know the story. But Bradshaw getting that upgrade showed me that okay, anybody can be upgraded.
Mm. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good shout, really.
There's an arguable point, like Guerrero deserved it, but Guerrero also fits the bill here.
I think that the idea with Guerrero and Benoit a little bit is more just the fact that they were people that were veterans that had been through the world, been through the ring and stuff like that, and the story leading them up to winning was good. I think the JBL one was just like, okay, we just turned Bradshaw, one of this, who was in a tag team a couple of weeks ago, heel, and now he's one of the top stars. Just was so rushed.
Jinder Mahal.
Well, Jinder, obviously.
Yeah, there's going to be a contingency of people, like the people who even missed the Punk era, who Jinder is probably their guy that's like, okay, yeah, he showed me anybody can be world champion.
Jeff Hardy was world heavyweight champion like 2 or 3 times.
I think it's like, honestly, there's fans in the 80s and 90s who probably look at Brett as a guy that showed them anybody could be world champion.
There's somebody back in like 1950 something that's like, I don't know about this Bruno Sammartino guy.
You know? I'm pretty sure no one thought that about Bruno Sammartino.
Yeah, he's a big, strong man.
He's a man, a big, strong man.
Oh, Booker throwing some nice kicks and then hanging on. He wouldn't have been eliminated from a Rumble there. No, he would have.
No, the point being made, Ted, though, is that somebody back in a different era probably would have seen Brett as being like that he's not big enough kind of a thing. Whereas people like us, we love Brett. Brett's amazing.
Right. Like,
I mean,
sometimes he's a 4 out of 10. But
yeah, I mean, he was the same size as Ric Flair.
Yeah,
I know, but because it's that mentality of like, yeah, but he's a tag team guy, and he's
right.
Like, really, like that's your big star now?
The Kevin Nash defense.
I mean, we're at a different era when Brett wins the title than when Hogan was, where even somebody like a Jake the Snake could have been a world champion in a different era, but it was like, well, he's not super muscular. He can't be, you know?
And it used to be like, no, only one guy is world champion and he holds it forever. And then he'll pass it to the next guy who will hold it forever.
Or he'll pass it to a heel that'll drop it in a month to the next guy who will hold it forever.
Yeah, exactly. And Triple H was trying to bring us back to that time in this current run. And it turns out no one actually really wants to go back to that time.
You know what? But you know what? He had a lot of shitty opponents. Booker T's an exception here. Goldberg and Nash do not make great opponents.
But they were his. You can't tell me he wasn't picking those guys.
I know he was, and they're awful. Like, why are you picking all these WCW rejects? In his mind, he probably thought, "Oh, I'm gonna put them over the way nobody else did during the invasion." Like he buried them too.
By beating them in every single pay-per-view.
Yeah, like
on paper though, those don't sound like bad options. Goldberg's a huge, undefeated, basically kind of name against
Goldberg
Triple H.
Was a huge deal, and then Triple H beat him.
Right.
And then he won the title afterwards.
And then Kevin Nash, I mean, he's a former multi-time world champion. He used to be a part of the Clique. So, like, on paper, it makes sense. Yeah, but everybody knows, who you're standing across the ring from, it matters a lot with a lot of those things. Stan Hansen knows better than anybody that you got to have an opponent.
Damn. Okay, that Spinebuster was a lot better than the ones he's doing, or he's done the last 5-10 years.
Yeah, he actually put a lot of
he had a lot of work on that shit.
Like, I don't really mind Triple H's Spinebuster because I like the stall that he puts on it before he plants him. But every now and again he should do it a little bit more aggressively like that. But there is just a thing with this. I know the last match was like this slow, methodical pace, but there's something different about a Triple H slow, methodical pace that really I just never get on board with.
Is that where you hit the Randy Orton slow, methodical pace?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's why you you don't like Triple H versus Randy Orton.
Which is, I don't feel like with Jericho, he's always trying to play to the crowd while he's doing it, and Flair as well when he was doing that sort of stuff. When he was the heel champion, would always be playing to it a little bit, or talking to the guy and mocking him, or showing off the crowd. Triple H, and arguably there is obviously a market for it because he's kind of like all business, sticking to the task at hand. So that is good, but it's also not very fun to watch. And like we're barely even scratching the surface so far because there's still going to be, that's only the first heat segment of this match.
Oh, the first heat segment was earlier in the night, Sunday Night Heat.
Fuck you.
I had to.
I see Liam Ivia in the front row.
Yeah, where at?
Yeah. When the crowd pans a little more to the right, you'll see her.
Oh yeah, she's sitting to the side for the.
She's opposite the hard cam.
Yeah, prior to the Rocks match, obviously. A spinning heel kick.
JR and King arguing over whether or not King hangs out with Booker T is funny to me. I don't know why.
I always think it's funny when you see like that side slam. One dude in the crowd felt the need to stand up and be like, "Whoa!" It's like, for a side slam, that really popped you, you know?
I think he was just standing up to look for a because they're issuing that Booker was probably going for a cover there. Booker said, "No, more shit." Oh, knee to the gut. Pose for 10 seconds.
Oh, you're definitely ahead again.
No pause. Thank Christ, I thought that sleep hold was going to last like 2 years.
There goes in the corner. Knee.
I like sleeper holds that. Nobody does them anymore. I know why, but like, nobody does. They're good moves.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with a sleeper hold every now and again. It feels like it needs the drama of the hands going down and stuff like that.
Yeah, I miss the hands. I don't like this whole MMA style thing that they do now.
Yeah,
because they have to be super realistic.
And it's over.
Yeah, because their matches need to be super realistic. When there's like a murderous clown going across and killing people, set fire to a clown and dies.
That's kind of rough, Spinebuster.
Yeah, that one was. Booker T Spinebusters are a little bit haphazard.
Not to get off topic, but do you guys think it was a bad move to have Roman tap with the referee knocked out, making Roman look human, not this indestructible machine? Yeah, I kind of do.
I'll say this. Everything that they've done from Fastlane to SmackDown has made that triple threat match the one match I really can't wait to see.
No,
at WrestleMania, because I don't know who's going to win.
He should tap out. He's not a machine. He's not a cyborg. In fact, most of his entire booking has been around the fact that he's trying to duck out of challenges.
I just don't like when somebody turns heel that they become less credible. I think you need to keep some of that.
Well, I mean, he's kept the credibility.
Has he, though? I mean, he struggled against Jey Uso multiple times.
Yeah, they fucked him up. Once he got a hold of him, he fucked him up.
I mean, Jey Uso put up a fight. I don't think he ever really struggled against him. He struggled against Owens.
Which I think is fair, because Owens is a former champion.
I don't like the idea that when he has he turns heel, he wins the championship, and every match pretty much at that point going forward, he's been like, well, I'm cheating to win and all that. And I don't like when WWE just goes down that trope. It works for Weasel heels, it works for chicken shit heels, but Roman shouldn't be one of those.
I mean, I like the tap out thing just because it gives a legitimate reason for Bryan to be in there. And at the end of the day, Bryan is credible. It's not like he was just any old random guy forced Roman to tap out.
And it wasn't like Roman was kicking and screaming, please help me, please save me. He gingerly tapped Bryan's arm, so...
I'd like it so much better if he wouldn't have done the Owens and Uso stuff, though. If this was like the one sign of weakness, I think it could play off much better.
But it's kind of difficult to be, because if he was to have just like easily dispatched of Uso and Owens, it means that you basically say, okay, these guys are at a level. I mean, Uso, it's kind of fine, but then you're basically saying, okay, Owens can never be world champion.
No, I don't think that he needs to like squash him, but he shouldn't have only won by cheating.
No, that's fair with the final one. I think I think that was the issue with the fact
he had his matches with Owens, and it was like 4 matches or whatever where it was like Owens had that one except for whatever, and it's like, no, you don't need to do that. He could just beat them. He doesn't have to squash them.
I know. I mean, I'm glad we're talking about something completely different because now we're just watching Triple H for 10 minutes putting on an Indian deathlock, a move that hasn't been relevant since the 1960s.
It's the Rey Mysterio effect. Guy gets the title and struggles to win anything. Yeah.
And JR saying he's never ever seen this move utilized. It's like it's a fabled leg lace move.
Well, no, because he called the first one an Indian deathlock, and then he said he'd never seen a transition into like this reverse figure 4 kind of move.
Surely, like, Jinder Mahal should use this move.
What are you saying?
I thought it's called an Indian deathlock. Like, why not?
Maybe G Rama.
He's not into death.
You can call it the Canadian deathlock, like he actually is.
Yeah.
It sounds.
I was getting mad at the referee. This is a triple. Well, Triple H was thinking, why is it not Earl Hebner? Why can't I just push Earl Hebner around like I always do in my matches?
Because Hogan's working tonight, bitch. You don't get Earl Hebner.
Was Earl Hebner the referee for the Hogan match?
It
was a SmackDown match. Yeah, that was a SmackDown match. That was SmackDown referee. I assume you might be doing the Rock costume match. Maybe he's too busy selling a shirt to the back of his in the parking lot somewhere.
He could be.
Long sell. God, this match has felt like it's gone on like half an hour.
It does kind of feel a little long.
I know it's not just me that. Surely I'm not the only person that thinks that Triple H has shitty matches at WrestleMania more often than not.
What'd you say?
Triple H has shitty matches at WrestleMania more often than not.
Oh.
They're always too long. They're always too long.
You know what, though? I'll agree with that. Because if I was being genuine, I'd probably say WrestleMania 20. And then I'd fast forward to WrestleMania 27. And then 28. And then...
And 30 with Bryan, yeah.
And 30 with Bryan.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, you got 30 with Bryan, but I'm just looking at other ones. Like, this match isn't particularly great. It's like, it's going on too long, and now there's going to be a ref bump because, you know...
Ref, move. There's no reason you should be there. Move.
Or even... Yeah. 24/7 champion. I do like Booker T's selling the leg really well. I will give him that.
I haven't seen the 24 match with Cena and Orton in a while. I don't remember if that was good or not.
Oh, that is such okay. That's kind of saved it. That was such a good scissor kick. I'm pretty okay with everything else that's happened at this point.
He sold that real well.
Yeah, I just love the position because it felt natural. Like he wasn't just leaning there constantly. Like he almost just lifted himself. But like Triple H was almost standing when he took that. Pretty weak pin though. And just drape one of your hands over his cheek. See what he does here. Going up.
Oh, there goes Flair.
Oh, I love Flair. That's the best bump for this match so far.
He's so excited. He's just happy to be there.
Has Triple H ever been able to figure out a way to do a pedigree from somebody off the ropes?
Well, no, CM Punk figured out to do it, yeah. CM Punk on the Indies used a move called the Pepsi Plunge, which was a pedigree from the top row. Maybe that's why Triple H always hated Punk.
Maybe that's why, yeah.
What did that sign say? There's a big sign that said McMahon fears something, and I think it was cigarettes.
Oh, Harlem Hangover. That move is so sick.
Jeez.
I just love the fact that he pulled it out at WrestleMania when he doesn't do it very often.
What's that thing they say? Teabag Saddam? Jeez.
God. Ah, the wrestling community. Oh.
There goes Flair again.
Yeah. At this point, you kind of, I think a lot of people will probably go, "Oh, he's not winning the title," because he's just hit like his big move that you rarely see out of nowhere. He's crushed.
Well, in fairness, we've seen Michaels and Matt Hardy win with roll-ups, so you never know.
I guess so, but I think if you watch Triple H enough, you'll know better at this point. This is where the whole story of the match kind of comes together. It's the idea that Booker can't get back up on his leg. You see the Triple H is like ready and waiting for another scissor kick, and there we go. Just collapses. And then, here we go.
Like...
Oh, this is so bad.
This is real bad, actually. I can admit this.
Okay, so this is a legitimate about 30-odd seconds from the pedigree to Triple H reaching over, eventually putting one hand on Booker T's chest.
And winning.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15 seconds. Yeah, that should have been where he should have picked him up and done another pedigree at the very least.
Yeah, he should have kicked out, tried something, because the crowd's dead too.
Yeah.
Because this isn't the way it's supposed to go.
But even less than that, I think it was just, there's a lot of stalling in this match. A lot of just like, hey, let's just suck the air dry.
Yeah. And that's why I can't say like that Undertaker match is the worst Undertaker match ever, because it wasn't the worst match on the show.
And now that's 100% Flair. Like, where he's, I
just barely got my title back, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm being carried out to show how much Booker T like took it out of me, and that's me putting him over. Not me, giving him my fake title belt.
Has Ric Flair given him the real one yet? I guess we wouldn't know. I hate when they fade to black.
Okay, this is a really
We're actually getting a commercial.
But this is a commercial from.
What the fuck is this?
This is a commercial from like 2005.
Yeah, there's clearly a WrestleMania 21.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's really weird. They're just throwing a commercial from like 2005 into there because that's John Cena post him winning the title and Batista winning.
Yeah, like we just saw Triple H. He looked nothing like that.
I wonder what that was actually meant to be then. Okay,
I hate this.
Okay. Oh, this is so entertaining. I love this match.
Tony, this is the best Hulk Hogan match ever.
I don't know if I've seen this all the way through.
I would actually argue this is probably, it's definitely top 3 Hulk Hogan matches in WrestleMania. This, Warrior, and Savage. Actually, Rock as well. Why am I thinking? I've missed out Rock there as well.
I would say this is easily the most entertaining Hulk Hogan match. The Rock one's behind it, Warrior, and then Savage.
But yeah, this is pure sports entertainment, this match.
And it doesn't get any better than this. That's an ugly belt, by the way.
Marcus Harris, worst Triple H Mania matches. I'd say Warrior definitely from 12. Sheamus. What about like really bad Triple H WrestleMania matches? Because there's some that are just there. I'd tell you
I
that.
find it really weird that that's the image they chose to use from like 99 or whatever.
Who did Triple H face at WrestleMania 15? It was Kane, wasn't it? Gene Oakland selling it.
I think I have that pen.
Never did that with it. Villain. To be fair, Vince looks like Roger Moore at the end of these fucking movies.
Nah, Vince is in far better shape.
Yeah.
Hey, Review to a Kill. Check it out, everybody. Next episode you guys are going to be able to hear is Spy Who Loved Me, I think.
Yeah.
This definitely, though, feels like a WrestleMania thing. Like,
oh yeah,
Hulk Hogan versus Vince McMahon? That's crazy.
Yeah, I appreciate it's the genuine music as well from this one. I mean, I know I absolutely ripped to shreds the promo segment they had, and I think it was the last episode of the episode beforehand, because it's completely false. But the actual story, and now the fake Hulk Hogan music, so that annoys me as well. But like the match itself is just a masterpiece of two people that really can't go anymore, just doing everything they possibly can to make this entertaining.
Did you plan on having when you said rip to shreds right when Hogan was ripping the shirt?
Comcast should pay for Voodoo Child.
Yeah, that's weird.
He can't even show anything with Hulk Hogan anymore because he said racist things.
This is like such a knockoff of it, though. Like that, I would think that this would be a copyright issue to begin with.
In past DVD releases, they put Real American over it. When they came out with the network, they chose to do this.
What's even more annoying is the fact that he's singing the lyrics as he goes along because you just saw the motion of him chopping down with the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
Like, no, well, I can't hear any Jimi Hendrix, Hogan.
I would have loved if Finkel had done the ring announcing for this, just because.
This might be one of the first times that Michael Cole started losing his voice at the end of a WrestleMania.
I don't know how they got away with doing this.
Could have retired with this one. He never gets any better.
Well, what would be the matches that we wouldn't have gotten?
the Michaels one, which is fun, but for different reasons. Tag match with Michaels against Muhammad Hassan.
Match with Randy Orton at SummerSlam.
A match in a couple months where he's Mr. America against Roddy Piper.
A match where
Mr. America's Randy Orton at SummerSlam is the last one in WWE, and I won't count the TNA ones because he would do those.
A match where he teams with Abyss against Ric Flair and AJ Styles.
And he did the Ric Flair tour of Australia.
Yeah, where at one match he fought the Big Show when he wasn't Big Show.
Oh yeah, he fought him in Memphis. So like, there's a good 10 to 12 matches.
I can't say that he should have retired here, though, knowing that Shawn Michaels won's after this. So that's way too fun.
He was supposed to have 2 more with Michaels, I think.
Yeah. Well, they would have traded back and forth the wins and everything. But nope.
I love Vince McMahon, honestly.
So Hulk Hogan, throughout the remainder of his career, wrestled 20 more matches after this. Just checking cage match now.
So there's a line.
Are any of those 20 matches like even remotely close to this?
I mean, it depends how much you like the pipe and the pipe of the Michaels one.
The Michaels one is fun, but it's not. It's more of an indictment of how shitty Hulk Hogan is.
I mean, most of them are against Ric Flair, or involve Ric Flair in some fashion. There's like his final match ever is on a house show where it's him, James Storm and Sting against Bobby Roode, Bully Ray, and Kurt Angle.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, one of his final matches after this was a match in New Japan Pro Wrestling against Masahiro Chono.
What is he doing? What is he doing? He's not even...
Technical wrestling masterpiece, this one is.
Oh, he's so gingerly touching him. I wonder if he's like afraid to actually hit Vince.
I can't help it. This is, I mean, for me, this is like akin to McMahon and Shane, Vince versus Shane. Like, it's totally like, it's not a wrestling match, but it's just batshit crazy. I mean, man has, I can't think of anyone who's like a non-wrestler who's had more exclusively really good matches at WrestleMania than Vince McMahon. Like Shane, like the only really bad match he's had at WrestleMania is against Bret.
That's what's, oh god,
and that's really really bad. But
that might be my least favorite match in WrestleMania history.
It's definitely really low down there. But Shane and Hogan and Shawn, they're all fun matches.
In fairness, Vince just has good matches. They're always fun. Always.
WWE did do Hogan versus Flair on an episode of Monday Night Raw for the WWE Championship, no less.
Yeah. 2002 is a trip, man.
There's a sign that says cheese eaten, and I couldn't read the rest of it.
Oh, big kick to the gut by Vince.
Some chick is walking around with a sign that just says, "What's up, dog?" She's walking around
in the crowd.
Is Callum ahead of you again, Rob? He's ahead 4 seconds, I think, ahead of me. I'm at rammed into the corner, ram.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Delivering knees to the gut now.
Knee to the gut, knee.
Yeah, you're like 5 seconds ahead.
Knee. Oh no. Pushed him in the corner. Elbow.
He's doing the Kevin Nash special pretty good.
I think I'm closer now. Him just hitting that final elbow to him.
Punches
to the gut and face.
Punch.
Oh, he's Rocky now. Best pure striker, Undertaker, Vince McMahon.
Let me know in the chat, everybody. Are you synced up more with Callum's feed, or are you synced up more with ours?
I mean, I paused it now, so I'm more on your side of it now.
That's true. Yeah. Wonder why that keeps
happening.
Really
want to know what the deal was with that Shop Zone commercial.
Yeah, I assume it was something else, but something they just don't want to advertise now.
The person responsible for that's the same one that is responsible for trying to blow up Vince.
Giant hammerlock spot now.
HBK beating the shit out of Vince was fantastic. It's such a fun match to watch.
Yeah, it is super fun. Oh,
because that's the thing. Like Vince doesn't have good matches; he has good fights.
Good. Yeah, well, he has entertaining matches. He's like the epitome of what sports entertainment is.
I think you could make the argument that that's why he's like, hey, you better do this stupid shit because I would, and I'd do it better than you.
I mean, the fact that he has those matches and they end up being entertaining, the fact that he looks as jacked as he is. You know, we keep talking about the James Bond series that we're doing, a review to a kill. When we get to Tomorrow Never Dies, there's a bit of dialogue in there that Elliot Carver says, where he says, the line between insanity and genius is measured only by success. Vince McMahon, everybody.
Yep. I love this him just like stretching and sinewing to try and keep Hogan down.
Striations.
Just he's just his facial expression during anything is just the best.
And this is proof people don't give a shit that wrestling is fake. Okay? They just want to be entertained because people are coming up for this Hogan spot like if they'd never seen this before.
It just proves to me that the actual people that actually care about pro wrestling, and I think we're all among that there. It's a very niche audience. Like the reason why WWE got so big in the Attitude Era is because they just stayed as far away from pro wrestling as they possibly could.
While we're in a lockup spot, what do you guys think about them actually bringing in Logan Paul and Bad Bunny? Like, I think it's a good move because at least they're relevant in culture.
Yeah, they've always done celebrity involvement. I don't have any issue with it beyond the fact that I just think Logan Paul is a pretty gross human being.
Well, I'll give you that.
I can't endorse putting. Well, let's put it this way. I don't like celebrity involvement 9 times out of 10. I also am not a fan of Paul. I'm not imagining that there's going to be a scenario where I like this, but I will withhold some judgment to figure out what they're doing first. Because
do you think if they announce that, do you think that's one that people step up on social media and try to cancel?
No. I don't think that people will care as much.
But they probably won't care enough, yeah.
Now, if it ends up being a spot for Logan Paul to humiliate somebody, that's going to be annoying to me. If they humiliate Logan Paul, like if, Kevin Owens beats the crap out of Sami Zayn and then he gives a pop-up powerbomb to Logan Paul, then that could be fun.
I think Logan Paul's winning the 24/7 title.
He probably will be.
But that's a good move. Jesus, Vince, how much are you on?
Yeah. And Ted, you said who does Brock face? Brock faces Angle, and that's actually the main event of this show, not Austin and Rock. Austin and Rock is the match that follows this.
Old school blue steel chair.
Yeah. Or Hogan Fight Pack. The man who was WWE champion less than 1 calendar year ago is struggling to fight back against this 60-year-old man.
In fairness, he's like a 50-year-old man.
That's true. But he was WWE champion less than a year ago.
Yeah, and he struggled. He didn't get up to that choke slam at Judgment Day.
Oh, again, you shouldn't be doing that, but it's just hilarious.
I'm glad the camera's not showing him gigging himself, though.
That was such a fun chair shot to the face.
How much do you think he's bleeding? Right off
Too
the
much.
first shot.
Okay, that's a lot.
For a guy who has a rule that you can't do that anymore,
No, he did it all the time.
Yeah. I can't imagine doing that. Like I've said before, I'm not doing any of this. Any of it. None of it. I'm doing like out of 1,000 things you can do in a pro wrestling ring, there's maybe a handful that I would do, and none of it involves taking a bump or anything. It would be like, yeah, I'll stand up on the rope and pose. Or like, I'll do a spot where I can do a roll up on somebody. Like, sure, I'll do that, whatever. But I'm never getting a blade and cutting my forehead. No. Fuck you.
I think it's just always the idea, like people say that it's about the adrenaline. I mean, you know how badly he's cut because he's dripping blood.
Yeah.
That's usually a bad sign. It's like saying, yeah, he's cut way too deep.
I love that he had nothing but business meetings the next day.
Like, I don't like getting a hangnail.
Like he had investor calls the next day. Like,
I know.
Somebody's like, so what are we doing with this new marketing deal with Mars? And we want to get some M&Ms in the mix. What do you think, Vince? And he's just like, I'm gonna scratch my head about this one, but I can't.
You need to watch this spot.
Ooh.
Yeah, Hugo. Poor Hugo's Vinovich there.
Was that like planned ahead of time?
Yeah.
Like well enough that he could have done something better to protect himself?
Maybe. No, but he's Hugo. He's gonna fucking take it, and he probably gigs himself out to death.
I'm just thinking, like, with Vince, it's like you're just watching him thinking, this guy owns $1 billion company, and he's doing this.
Yeah. Imagine if you would have seen some of the other people do that. Like, what's the dude that owns the Virgin Mobile or whatever?
Richard Branson.
Yeah. Like Branson's just starting the. Well, I mean, I guess he's done things like parachuting and whatever.
Can you imagine Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, Bezos is gonna
every day like this.
Well, Trump did it.
Now, I wouldn't put it past somebody like an Elon Musk, but then again, he's a Bond villain, so.
Oh, getting the ladder out.
Somebody recently, I forget who it was, said that the worst thing is the ladders. That they'll take I think it's Bubba, had said like. Yeah, it must have been Bubba Ray, because he had said like tables are like a second home, chairs they suck, but ladders are the things that are like.
It was Devon on the Talking Table podcast or whatever. Vince McMahon is the greatest sports entertainer ever.
He's great. I can't deny his absolute brilliantness as a character.
Look at Hugo. He's bleeding.
Yeah, he's geeked as well. Yeah,
he's bleeding more than Hogan.
Is he? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Poor Hugo.
And they took out a cameraman in the process too.
Oh. So do you want to be Jeff Hardy for a second here? Admittedly, this is a great spot that's coming up.
No more words in hell.
Oh.
Grim says, am I hearing a train horn periodically in the background? I'm having Strowman flashbacks.
A monitor right to the face of Hogan there as well. I love those those giant TV monitors they used to have. Now just like laptop screens.
There's some kid watching at this time that's like, Daddy, why do they have ketchup all over their face?
Look at this evil son of a bitch. Like,
he knows how to play it up too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely not saying this is boring. Oh God, that's hilarious.
But God, I love it. Can you imagine anybody doing this?
He's 50-something years old, and I know it's not like it was the highest jump in the world, but he just landed flat on his back doing a leg drop.
Oh, you can see the gash. Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and he's just pouring out blood more.
It's just dripping. It's just going. It's gushing out. Oh God, it's disgusting.
There goes Hugo.
Look at Hugo
gets taken
Bad
away.
luck.
Fucking milking it.
I think Carlos agreed to the idea of like just calling it all on his own for the rest of the show. I've still got to do. Look, he's just lost his headset as well. I've still got to do. I've still got to do Rock Austin. I've still got to do the main event.
Yeah.
Getting someone else out here to do it. Where's Hector Guerrero?
Wonder if they did replace him with somebody.
No, I never listened to it in the Spanish one.
Yeah. Can't say I ever have either.
Hogan kicks out. Vince's face. Angry Vince. It's time for some even more sponsored sports entertainment. That's the first bit of sports entertainment in this match.
Who could be in this kind of position now? Where it's like
Nobody.
this, like, you know, Vince is not a regular performer. Hogan's this legend, top tier type of thing. Like,
hold on. This is a money shot.
That's a great.
He's so good.
What an evil person.
Yeah, he's just pure evil. But I don't know. I don't think there is it. Like I said, like Vince McMahon is a one in a lifetime character.
Right.
One in a lifetime human being. Nobody can do what Vince does.
Like at some point, Triple H will be at that range where it'll be like, and he's getting towards there where it's like, oh, what Triple H is going to wrestle, that's a big, big deal. But then I can't even think of anybody who would be in that spot to go up against like a Triple H if he were to do this 10 years from now.
Randy Orton.
No, like we've seen that. We've seen Daniel Bryan. Like
maybe like a Gargano.
Yeah, maybe Guerrero.
Oh, and here he is.
This is amazing.
Hot rod.
Roddy Piper comes back, kicks Vince McMahon in the butt.
Piper is one of the guys that, like, Piper, for a good, I don't know how many years, doesn't do anything great, but he's great. You know, like, just Piper in general. I wish I could have met him.
I love that he's the other person in this equation. The storytelling here is perfect.
And he calls him Junior. Like, we all know
like,
it's
whoever
like,
gets up first, I'm gonna beat the fuck out with this pipe.
Yeah.
You spit on Hogan, spit on Vince.
It's like, that's so so clear too, that it's just like, all right, you're hitting Hogan, you're hitting Hogan, you're hitting Hogan, and he hits Hogan.
That's such a good moment. It's like, there's this legend returning and getting involved in this.
What did Piper's shirt say? Frats?
It looked like it. I thought it said facts at first, but no, it looks like it said frats.
Yeah, frats. What the hell is that about? Now Mr. T comes out. God, that gash.
Yeah, it's getting worse, it feels like. I think we can say for certain we haven't really decided who could do the Vince job. It's definitely not Shane.
No, I can't imagine that being the case.
Shane doesn't have the equity either.
Like, Stephanie would make the most sense, but she couldn't do it.
I think she could if there was a credible challenger. Hebner, you had one job. He said, "You motherfucker."
Calling someone down.
Future Raw Tag Team Champion or World Tag Team Champion.
Here he comes. Well, eventually.
Yeah.
Kevin.
He's not as good as running at Nathan as Charles Robinson is. Hey, look, there's somebody right behind him.
Yeah, because an actual referee is coming down.
Is he gonna punch him? Oh shit, he hit. He really is.
And they don't get the shot of
yeah, they don't get either
referees.
shot really because they both decide to do it at the same time.
Because I think the referee started too quick.
Is this when like Sylvain was pretty much starting?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is his first angle, and then he joins La Resistance later on.
Look at him.
Vince's face. Oh,
The crowd pops
But
though.
he couldn't help but smile because listen to the people.
Right. It works.
You're fucking. Like, you really did you expect anything else? It doesn't matter. They're going nuts.
yeah.
It's the same
loved
shit
it.
that they've been watching for decades, and they're still just like, he's all good out. They got that in the chat. Oh, he's all good.
But it's totally fine if it's in like its own separate story. It shouldn't be infiltrating like the actual title matches and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
as its own little thing at WrestleMania, that's perfect.
All the more reason why I keep saying that Brock Lesnar shouldn't have had that championship all the time. He could have been just doing the Brock Lesnar thing. He didn't need to be the world champion at the same time. If you get past the point that you don't need the title anymore, then you need to be a featured match without the title, because the title can bump up another thing.
I love this.
It's so just ridiculous, but it's brilliant. Oh, boot to the face.
Boot. The way that he just kicked his arms in together, it's like he's going on the people's elbow. What a weird finisher for Hogan too, the leg drop. Like I
Well, it's better
wouldn't
than the
look at a
running axe handle.
dude as big as Hogan is and ever think that the main move that he should have is a leg drop.
It's like well, yeah. I mean, it's just a leg drop, and it also just ruined his career because it meant that he was constantly landing on the small of his back.
Right. I mean, you do anything like that enough times, it's going to screw you up.
It's so entertaining. Oh, that was fun. This is okay. It's not a high quality match in any respect, but it's so much fun to watch.
Listen, yes, about Hogan.
We have no idea what you're saying right now, Rob. Your internet's going crazy.
Yep.
You got a Transformer mode, Rob, going on.
Mm-hmm.
Marquis says, God, Hogan is a shit-ass wrestler.
Am I coming in normal yet?
Yeah.
A little bit better, yeah. May not be 100%.
Just pointing everything else.
It's a hell of a sign, though, that What You Gonna Do Vince won. They put a lot of effort into that one.
Yeah.
Ted says, oh, I thought Rob was just making sound effects. Beep boop. Just gonna. Yeah, it might be better with Real American.
Yeah, I'd prefer that. Just doing nice little like the poses now.
I don't know why they don't, when they use music like that, why there isn't some kind of a deal where they say, look, we're not going to use it for anything other than this, but we can keep the footage of that and keep using it. That should be a part of the deal.
Little baby Shane coming out now.
You say Baby Shane, he was like 30.
I know. That's Baby Shane.
There's a sign behind Shane McMahon. I don't know if Tony caught it.
No, I didn't.
I'll tell you after.
It's Shane before he started, like that walk down to the ring for the current Shane McMahon, he'd be breathing really heavily at the end of it and stuff like that.
Is Shane pro Vince at this point?
No, he wasn't a character actually.
I mean, he was.
Yeah,
he was throughout the entire Attitude Era. At this point, he's not really. Like he'd I think I'm trying to think when the last time we had seen him
appeared since losing the Alliance.
He appeared briefly on an episode of Raw as the idea of like who could Bischoff be replaced as Raw general manager, and he came out of like a car or something.
But there hasn't been anything like definitive.
Yeah, and there's nothing really definitive
coming up next.
No, it doesn't actually. Shane's not involved. Shane doesn't come back properly until the build to SummerSlam 2003, where he faces Eric Bischoff.
The middle finger.
Vince putting the middle finger up.
I love Vince. Vince McMahon is great.
He does that with Michaels as well. He's just so good. Okay, iconic match here.
There's so much iconic shit on this show. Tony, is this not a great WrestleMania? Like, have you felt at all the time?
Yeah, honestly. To a little bit.
Fair point.
Then again, not watching it at this time, it's a completely different sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a different context with the standard of wrestling has gotten great as well. Probably better than what it is here, but like the star power of this WrestleMania is just insane.
Yeah, there's no better roster than the era that I wasn't watching when it comes to star power, because you got the biggest names from WWF and the biggest names from WCW, and you got up and comers that are going to be big names like that. That's the best of all scenarios, and any of the decent people from ECW at the same time too.
So JR recently went on record as saying he wishes that they could have advertised that this was Austin's last match. He believes that the buy rate would have been way bigger than WrestleMania 17.
I guess Austin just didn't want people to know.
Yeah, which makes sense.
And I guess that's kind of his prerogative. I think he's earned that.
And that's exactly what JR said, that they respected his wish.
And yeah,
I bet though that if I were watching this at this time, I'd be like, again, like there's undeniable. These are the two biggest stars, but at the same time, it would be just like 3 out of 4 kind of a thing, or
3
something.
out of 5.
3 out of 5. Yeah, because 2000.
Yeah, but I just think it's different with these guys. This isn't Randy Orton, John Cena. It's The Rock and Austin.
To me, the only difference is that they're just better on the mic.
No, they're better. They're bigger stars. They're better wrestlers. They're better all over, really.
In fairness, Tony is proving another thing JR said in that exact quote. He's like, of course, if you did it now, people would just bitch and say they've seen it already.
Yeah, because, I mean, like I said, I stopped watching because part of it was just like, I get it. They're the two biggest guys. Can we talk about something else once in a while? Like,
but Tony, have you ever realized how and I would say you're so an anomaly with that?
No, like I admit it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just a case of like you're the only not the only person, but you're one of like, I don't know, a handful of people that would have been complaining about that.
Yeah, I definitely would have been in the minority.
Yeah, so it's just a case of, I understand that like you can't do it every WrestleMania match. You can't have every one like single feud like face each other 3 times WrestleMania. This is the one big exception to it, and it has a story attached to it. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Rock intro is great, But it's just that it has a story to it, and the fact that Austin's beaten Rock twice. Rock needs to get that win. It's like his whole thing. Like, this is the one thing he's never been able to do in his entire career, and this was the last thing Rock could basically do as a full-time WWE guy, except obviously job to Goldberg.
And in fairness, they fought 3 times outside of WrestleMania on pay-per-views, and they're well spread out. Like, this isn't like a feud that you would see play out every week on Raw.
I mean, there's no comparison between something like that and the fact that we're getting Apollo Crews versus Big E for the 7th time in 3 months. You know,
yeah, it is very different. It's very, very different nowadays, and it is partly just due to the fact that nobody has the star power that these two have anymore.
Rock is in great shape here, and he looks nothing compared to the machine that he is right now.
But he's a freak of nature at this point. But right now, he looks like what in my mind, he looks like what he thinks an actor should look like at this point. Like, he's not too over the top and freakish and stuff like that. And now he's Arnie, essentially.
Fink is so good.
Yeah, look at him go.
And JR is peak JR.
He's great in this match.
Push.
I think this bit of a headline, Austin versus Rock for the last time. No. I don't even think, even if it was advertised as the last time, I don't think it should have main evented. I think you set an example by saying that the WWE Championship match and the crowning of obviously a guy who'd held it before, but the new babyface star, and putting that as the main event sends a better message of like, this is the future for us.
And in fairness, every legend who's ever been put in that spot has always said, no, the title goes on last. The only reason they didn't do it at 26 is because 25 had already shown you that nothing was going to top Undertaker and Shawn Michaels.
What were the title matches at 26? It was
Cena,
Jericho,
Batista, and Edge and Jericho.
Edge Jericho, yeah. Cena, Batista.
I mean, Cena Batista could have been the final, but
yeah, I'd argue that it definitely could have been.
With that Edge and Jericho ending, that certainly shouldn't have been the main event.
No. Like, if anyone deserved it, it would have been Austin. But I feel like I don't think it needs to be.
Speaking of anomalies, it's always so weird to talk about how like Rock and Austin, and they weren't there as long as like a lot of other people were. Like,
well, no,
it seems like they should have been there for like 15 years, and it's like, no, they're kind of in and out. Yeah.
Yep.
No, but again, that's another issue with today's WWE is that people just stay in the company for 15 years and they get as stale as ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like the idea that they're still around and everything. And like, you know, we had Miz versus Kofi the other day, and it's like, wow, they still look like they could be in their primes, but it does run into a situation where they run out of shit to do with them.
Exactly. That's why you could do stuff in the territory years where people just come and go.
Yeah.
You go to one territory, into another, and then you're fresh in the new territory. They'd only stay for like 2-3 years at most. You might have a few people who would stay for long periods, but
to be fair, that you're comparing like mid-card guys to icons, and I think Cena's an anomaly.
There for 20.
But like Cena's an anomaly in that Cena, you know, stayed on top for so long, and for the most part didn't waver.
Well, Triple H was there forever. Undertaker's been there forever. You know.
Well, yeah, but everyone got sick of Cena at one point or another. Like, Orton's been there too long. This is a load of people that have just been there too long or not taking extended enough breaks. Like Austin's WWE run is 96 to 2003, and realistically, the first year doesn't really count because he was.
He was not
ringmaster.
Austin. So
peak Austin is 98 to 01. And even if you count like his full career, it doesn't extend too far beyond that.
And you got to figure time out for injuries. even though he was like a character and everything, like he wasn't in the ring the whole entire time.
And also, it's like the odd thing with it is that he's the one guy that never came back. This is his legitimate last match. This is the last time he's ever going to be in the ring.
You know, never say never.
But it's 18 years ago.
Yeah, never say never.
Yeah, I think
I'd say Austin looks better now than he does here.
If they didn't get him for Mania with Brock, when he had actually said on the air, "I'll do Mania with Brock," they're not gonna have him come back.
Yeah, I don't think he could. I don't think he wants to risk it.
The way
he is in better shape.
The way that we've got Daniel Bryan back and we got Edge back and we got Christian back and all that, I don't say anything anymore as being like a guaranteed no. I mean, outside of like, point. Mr. Perfect's not coming back or something.
Look, he just brings him to his family. I love it.
Man, that was a good stair spot.
Yeah. I just don't think we understand the extent of the damage that Austin was going through. It wasn't just his neck, it was his knees. Look at those knees braces. His knees were shot by this point.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he couldn't come back. I just would be highly surprised at this point.
Yeah, I'd still be shocked. But I wouldn't put it past them to do, because we've been getting into this era of you do 3 finishers for a 20-second match and that's it. It wouldn't shock me at all if they were like, you could do 1 stunner and just be like, that's the whole match.
Well, who should Austin face if he was to come back? Not to just do an impromptu 1 more match thing, because we could obviously make a whole segment out of that. But
I think it's damn near, with the roster that they have today, it's damn near impossible. If we assume that Brock never comes back, for example,
or Cena never comes back.
Cena never comes back.
I'd argue maybe Orton.
Openly said at one point he was saying, "I'll fight Punk. Hello, I'll fight. Yeah, I'll do a match with Punk," and they never jumped on it. He had said, "I'll do a match with Brock," and they didn't jump on it. So it's almost on them for not bringing back their biggest star ever.
I knew you were going to say Orton.
Because, I mean, like Cena, but he's not a regular guy. And Lesnar's not in the company. And I couldn't trust Lesnar not tossing him around and doing all the kind of dangerous things to begin with.
But then you say Orton and the entire enthusiasm just drains from my body.
Well, if we're talking that it's, a bunch of punches and a couple kicks and a stunner, doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of who is on the marquee against them.
Which should be AJ probably.
AJ could do it. AJ could probably do it.
AJ would bump the shit out, like crazy for Austin.
I feel like it's more of a WWE thing that they would go with like an Orton, because then they could say like the Viper against the Rattlesnake and all that. Like AJ,
so that was a rumored match for WrestleMania 25. When Orton did the thing where he kicked Vince, they were gonna say, "Okay, we're giving you the main event, but you're not fighting for the title. You're fighting Austin," and Austin was gonna go in the Hall of Fame that year. So that was discussed at the very least. I think it would have been good, Yeah.
Yeah, I think at that point, yeah, not Orton now.
Not Orton now, though.
Orton now doesn't have the same momentum and everything. But when he was doing the Legend Killer thing, they could have been doing something with it.
Oh, cameraman falls down.
Bumps, blades. But now, I mean, it wouldn't make sense to me to have Orton, Austin against Bryan, or Austin against Reigns, or Rollins. None of them really seem to make any sense to me.
There's a Rock's family watching him I was cheering him in the corner there.
I'll tell you one thing that I would be really disappointed if they ended up having Austin back and they ended up going with Triple H. I'd be like, why? What's the point?
Yeah. I'm just looking at I think that guy that was holding up the tag team title a little while ago is now holding up was holding up a WWF championship, the Attitude Era version. Yeah. Just got every single title.
Oh, I like Grimm's idea in the chat. Austin should put Corbin over.
Yeah, that's right.
God, imagine how pissed Callum would be. We'd have to get the post show on that one.
I'll tell you now, I'm not watching that match. I'm not watching WWE at that point. I give up. I'm an AEW exclusive watcher then.
Well, I was a big fan of Lone Wolf Corbin. I've hated everything he's done since shaving his head.
I haven't, but then again, I'm an anomaly when it comes to that too.
Yeah. I've liked his stuff in the ring for the most part.
Just that he's a 7-foot guy, and they have him. Like, you have a problem with Roman being a chicken shit. Corbin's huge.
And Rock slapping his thigh there, he can't do that.
Yeah. Get a fine these days.
He slapped his thigh on punches. Amazing.
Again, it's just a guy who's like talking to the crowd and doing that stuff. That's how you build up heat and stuff like that, not just like stare around for a little bit.
Well, nobody has a relationship with the people like The Rock.
No.
He's people's champ.
Oh, sharpshooter.
I always thought it was strange that The Rock does a sharpshooter.
I think it fits his stance. Like, cause he does that pose when he's doing the setting up for the rock bottom and stuff like that as well.
Brett don't miss a fucking chance to say, I'd love to show him how to do it the right way.
No, but Brett thinks Sting does a really good sharpshooter.
I think Brett just respects Sting and doesn't want to knock him.
Because I think loads of people have always complained about the fact that I can't remember the amount of times that fans have booed when The Rock puts the sharpshooter on because he's not doing it correctly.
It just never looks right.
Well, yeah, but it's like no one cares. No one has ever cared about. Like, the people obviously will critique and stuff like that, saying, "Oh, he's not putting it on properly," but no one actually like cares for the most part. He's targeting the legs and stuff like that. I always have to just take a step back and just remind myself constantly, like this is the final time we see like the biggest star of the company's most successful era ever just actually working.
Yeah, Austin allows the company to go public. Nobody else can do.
You just like the fact that you're just watching him do. Oh, here's the good part. Puts on the Stone Cold jacket. Grabs a bottle of water.
Hollywood water.
Lawler starts talking about WrestleMania the movie. That was what the Mania WrestleMania DVD was.
Yeah, that's the documentary about how this match almost doesn't happen.
Why is that?
So Austin before the match suffered from essentially he was in his hotel room drinking tons of energy drinks and stuff like that, and he had a panic attack.
Huh.
And
like
so
right before this?
Yeah, the night before.
The night before.
Yeah, and so he ended up in hospital with JR, like looking out for him and stuff like that. And then he does come in, do this one, but then they realise, okay, this is the final time he's ever going to wrestle.
What's he having a panic attack because he knew it was going to be his last match?
Yeah, he's having a panic attack because he's had too much fucking energy drink in his system.
Yeah, I think he was just nervous about, because this is like this is the only real match he's had on his comeback. He's nervous about like probably like not doing as good as he could do because his body just can't hold up anymore.
Will you ever see a more iconic shot than what you're looking at right now? You got Austin and Rock fighting, Earl Hebner as the referee in WrestleMania with the blood of McMahon and Hogan staining the ring.
Just love that little all those poses before the dropping the elbow. Love that Lawler brings up the fact it's like, oh, he's put on the vest, and then ever since then he's just sucked. Like it's a cursed vest.
Stop in a mud hole.
And walking it dry.
What does that technically even mean? Stomping a mud hole and walking it dry?
I think it's just the idea that like a mud hole is wet and stuff like that. So I guess it's the idea that you're just stomping it down to dry it out.
I don't know if I've ever like stepped foot
You're
in
not from the
mud and
South,
just
Tony.
decided to keep stomping it.
But you're not from the South.
Yeah, it's
That sounds decisively Southern.
Rock bottom.
Some of these kind of phrases will just go over my head when it comes to, like, those commercials that are like, man, we can really rally. Roll Tide on that. Whatever. Like, I'm just like, lost on me.
We don't see enough finishers stealing, I don't think, anymore.
Who's somebody you'd like to see steal another person's finisher from this roster that we got?
Trying to think. I mean, we see it every now and again. I'd like to see. I'd like to see Pat in their eventual match. I'd like to see Hangman Page hit the One Winged Angel.
Yeah, I have more answers for AEW than I would WWE right now. WWE, they don't really have iconic moves like that.
There's a good half of the roster that I can't even tell you what their finisher is, like NXT UK and everything.
That's a nice stunner.
I bet Austin was pissed he couldn't flip over like Rockwood.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember how Big Rock sells the stunner in this one.
He probably goes in like third row.
I know he goes big for it. And I think he's still wearing the jacket as well. I think he almost gets stunned out of the jacket.
Peter says, I think Roman should steal Edge's spear. That's a good one, Peter. I like that. That's perfect. And then, you know what they can do? They can make a big deal about that, and then Edge can spear Roman and go like, hey, look at that. He returned with the Roman Reigns spear.
I mean, technically they could do that because Roman spears him with the right shoulder and Edge spears with the left. So. Brock always slapping the thigh every time he punches. Jesus Christ.
There you go.
What a sell.
Like that.
What a sell.
Good Lord.
Brock's foot was under the rope as well, so that was a bit of a misstep there.
Wrestling is so good.
It's a good amount of time between those, the stunner and the pin there. That would have worked better for the Triple H match.
Yeah, exactly. Austin's not messing around.
Well, to be real, he was probably very pissed off that he was like 4th on the card that night.
Oh. Low blow. Austin clapping his brain. Or Rock clapping his brains.
Yeah, I'll never forget Austin asking McMahon on the podcast, why don't you let people do low blows anymore? This is pre-Nakamura.
Oh.
How many years ago was that podcast?
20. That was 14. It was 2014. 7 years ago.
So 7 years ago, Austin was like, Cesaro's a good guy. What about him? 7 years ago.
Yep.
That's insane.
Oh.
Shouldn't have showboated.
Oh, he's now elbow paddlers.
So now it's gotta hit.
There you go. I love the finishing, the ending sequence to this match.
Now I know I've seen this match before. I don't remember the ending sequence though.
Well, because it's just like it's something that you just don't see in today's WWE very often.
It's very definitive.
Yeah, it's very like I don't want to say it's very New Japan either because New Japan doesn't even go to this extent either. It's just Rock just proves that he's the better man. It's like Austin tries to fight every now and again, but he just like the Rock's just the better person at this point.
Well, he did have that low blow.
Like rock bottom number 1. Acting skills. Eyes. Shaking head.
I mean, he would eventually become the highest paid actor and everything.
Yeah, I know. He's just cultivating these skills here.
Crazy that The Rock went from being in like
JR's
Scorpion King and everything to being the way that he is now.
JR's really getting into the groove now.
Oh yeah, because he knows.
Yeah.
Love it, love it.
Number one.
See, I like how they did this. Austin doesn't just die.
Yeah.
He fights back.
Yeah, he just refuses. Like that is like the ultimate act of defiance of Austin. Just refuses. Like if you're gonna like end my career, you got to kill me to do it. It's like when you know, like it's almost this match is better when you watch it back because when you know it's
I think
Austin's.
that 100% actually, because at the time I remember not liking it.
But then when you know it's Austin's last match, it just makes so much sense, the ending of it.
Yeah, it's so much better.
But Austin pulling himself up from a mat that's covered in Vince McMahon's own blood.
It's, again, the most iconic scene you'll ever see.
Just waits for a little while, soaks in the moment.
And the crowd pops even though he's a heel because it's The Rock. So
yeah. That's, again, such a good match.
Great match.
Sucked.
Like,
no, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's more of a story match than like a.
This
like,
is the best.
super...
He pushes her out the way. We know now that he's since said, "I love you, thank you."
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
It's like, get out of here. It's not your moment.
Girl's like, I'm gonna go sell some shirts.
Push me out of the way. I'll fucking show you.
Such an iconic shot.
And he gives him that little pat of respect, like.
Yeah.
It's fucking great. Ah.
Yeah, this is just
I want to have one iota of this feeling in 2 weeks.
I don't know if we can get an iota of that.
No, it's not going to feel as big. But look, I'm not. Again, it's one of those things for WrestleMania is like the build has been, what it is typically for a lot of the recent WrestleManias. But like, it's just one of those things. Like with most WWE pay-per-views, like the wrestling will probably maybe not save it, but redeem it at least.
I think what makes this special is they weren't regularly going to domes at this point.
Mm.
So they earned the right to go to a dome, whereas now you're just buying a spectacle.
Or goes to celebrate with his family.
Future stars of Young Rock.
Mm-hmm. Like, fan has to get in there to try and get one shot and get one tap of it. Like, fuck off, it's not your moment.
Isn't it?
The one dude flipping him off is my favorite.
I do like this is like the only match that we've seen like a few like celebrations and stuff like that, but this is the main one where we're getting to see Rock entirely leave.
Yeah, they're showing the rampway all the way through. I appreciate that.
I mean, you can't do that with like celebrating Triple H's win,
No. But now we know
you shouldn't do it with Rock either because he's a heel, but he's the Rock, so you're gonna fucking do it.
Right.
Yeah. And now we but that's also because we're not done yet in terms of got to see Austin leave as well.
Supposedly, Sting says he was supposed to come out after this match. Had he agreed to come to WWE, it would have been after this match.
See, I'd heard that he was supposed to be where Roddy Piper's position was.
Well, that would have just made no sense.
What, that he'd turn heel against Hulk Hogan?
No, that he would help Vince McMahon in any way.
Well, maybe Vince had brought him in as like a gun for hire.
Well, why would Sting come out after the Austin thing?
Because he would have either challenging Austin or challenging Rock. It would have been that these are the two guys from the Attitude Era, and he's got to stake his claim.
Yeah, I think they chose the better way with Goldberg. Although I don't love Sting or anything like that, I just don't feel like that's the story you bring him on. Because the story you bring him in on is against the Undertaker, like everyone wanted to happen.
I think at this point, if you're coming in 03, I think Sting should have came in and bought Triple H.
Oh, great.
I mean,
just another,
would have been
a lot
WCW 12 years later.
Yeah, just another WCW guy for him for Triple H to be.
Yeah, but I would have preferred to see Sting eventually beat him over Goldberg.
I would say Goldberg used correctly is a bigger draw than Sting is.
I can't disagree about the idea of Goldberg Taker being like a WrestleMania headlining kind of thing.
Well, Sting Taker as well, yeah, should have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Austin saying goodbye.
Isn't it weird that like it's double bird, double just like everybody throw up the middle finger.
Yeah. Be like, thank you for following my career, and be like, oh, we thought we love you, like whatever. And it's like, fuck you.
And at that point, again, unless you're reading dirt sheets, you still don't know.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah, that's the final time we see Austin in the ring. It's a big deal. And now we get to the main event.
I never liked this championship.
It's a fucking wrestling match.
Like, I love this title belt.
I don't like ovular titles.
It just looks like it looks like a world championship.
It's a beautiful belt.
You change the design from being oval to a different shape, I probably would like it so much more. Well, I guarantee I would like it so much more. Because that's the thing I don't like about it, is I don't like floral designs either. So when it's got more of like the kind of frillier outside, like I'm not a fan of that. Like for that matter, give me Winged Eagle over the big gold belt.
So this is the second title match, second match on the card, which almost didn't happen.
Right.
Because Kurt Angle was walking into this with a broken freaking neck.
But this is back when men were men. And they fucking went out there anyway.
And they survived on painkillers.
And they survived on painkillers and potentially guns and knives.
Yeah, and Lesnar damn near breaks his neck in this.
So Angle was going into this very badly injured.
Yeah, it was almost Benoit, wasn't it?
I don't know who they were planning on replacing. Maybe Benoit. Like there was either Benoit or Taker. I think was the rumored ones. Like, it was the idea that they might have just let in this match, supposedly, where it's supposed to be for the WWE title, was the idea that they were going to give Lesnar the title here instead, and he was going to defend it against someone at WrestleMania. But instead, it's Eric Angle.
Brock would have just beaten the streak 10 years beforehand. I mean,
he could have done. Angle doing the old switcheroo, some Bella twin magic there.
Still at some point, I don't know when. Certainly we can't do it until after Mania, but I still at some point want to do a fantasy booking all-time card. Just period. Just make the best possible card you possibly can with anybody from any era or any company that's ever been in WWE, WWF, ECW, or WCW. You can't bring like AEW people in.
Well, no, I don't think that's unfair then. Why would you be able to bring all those guys in and not bring in AEW guys?
Because it would be the best WWE card ever.
Well, then you can't bring WCW and ECW guys in.
Yeah, because they own them.
Unless they work for WWE.
If they've worked for WWE at some point.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't say that you can't use the Sandman to say this is ECW Sandman because he wasn't the ECW Sandman when he worked for WWE.
Yeah, those are my rules.
I just think it's that'd be too complicated. I feel like you always have to set parameters in my mind.
I would say anybody who is a part of that trio of that, and then during their primes, even if it was in a different company, you kind of bring them in, that kind of thing. But you can't just go, oh, Hangman Page is in there. You know what I mean?
It depends. I mean, like, it's all based on what your dream card would be, I guess. But
well, because if you label it the best WWE card of all time, you can't bring in somebody like a Kenny Omega who's never been a part.
Which feels like
just calling it the greatest wrestling card ever, then
yeah, if we're calling it the best wrestling card, then you got New Japan people and stuff in there too.
It just feels like it's one of those things that's going to be like you're going to end up with a lot of multi-man matches.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I've tried doing this in the past, and I was like 5 matches deep into the card, and I'm like, I haven't even gotten to like somebody like a Jericho, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I know that's kind of the interesting part of it, but
yeah, it's difficult. That's why I've never done it. And I don't think that it's more of a podcast thing. I think it's more of an editorial. So somewhere down the line, if I decide that like I want to take a break from something or whatever, and I want to just do some more stuff for fun, you might end up seeing some fantasy booking pop up on Smark Moment.
I really like the lighting of Lesnar's entrance here. It's pretty similar to the Batista thing of like the spotlight coming down on him and the rest of it's darkness.
I always like the Batista entrance.
That arena.
That's a really good. Yeah, it's a really good aerial shot.
A lot of like free roaming of people, just like, oh hey, this match is coming up. I gotta get on the side of the hard cam. Let me run over there.
And yeah, they're saying that Kenny was at one point in FCW.
Yeah,
no, he was in OVW. He was in OVW.
All right.
But I'm one of the few who would know that and be a jackass about it. So sorry.
Yeah, like I wouldn't count and be like, oh well, you know, Christopher Daniels was supposed to be the higher power, so he counts or something like that.
That has never been founded, has it?
It's been said enough times.
Yeah, it's been said multiple times. Yeah. Oh, this match! I just love that the ending on this one. Angle and Lesnar, like you just don't get 2 better athletes at this point in time in WWE.
And I agree with Grim. 2-night WrestleMania makes it a lot easier to do that kind of a card. Guess 5 says, what about a current day wrestling super card? Now that's a lot easier to do, I think.
Yeah, it wouldn't be particularly super compared to the all-time one.
Now, I have not watched this match all the way through.
Well, there's one spot in particular that I'm pretty sure you've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine you've seen it.
No, I've seen bits and pieces of this match. I've just never actually watched it bell to bell.
This match is great. When I have gone back and watched it, it's not my favourite match of these two. That's the 60-minute Iron Man match from SmackDown in August or September. I can't remember which month in particular it was, but this is still great. This is the first real time they've ever fought 1-on-1 as well on TV. So,
what do you mean? I just saw Kurt Angle beat him in that roll up.
Well, as a first real time.
Yeah, I know.
But actually get to see, and Kurt Angle at this point in his career is just on another level.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Is he close to the Neville level?
I'd say he's beyond the Neville level at this point.
He's at least 78.
Yeah.
So dumb.
And Lesnar at this point in time is having matches.
And look at that. He hasn't already hit his German suplexes and F5.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I like the Lesnar match. I just also like going back in time and watching him do other matches as well.
Cloud says,
have you
guys
actually seen Lesnar work, Tony?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of his matches. It's so much better than when he just does the German suplexes and nothing else. Cloud asks, have you guys ever thought about doing a fantasy booking mania with only people from the main events? That's very interesting.
I would love that.
That's a big challenge because that's like, well, a lot of people are in multiple main events. So it's like, what do you do with John Cena's in multiple main events? You know, you only have one match, that kind of thing. I like that idea. I'm going to actually write that down.
How many times do you think John Cena's headlined WrestleMania, Tony?
Well, it's only the people from the main event. So it would be John Cena against... It's not saying that it would pick which main event of John Cena you want in there. It's like, yeah.
No, you got to go like, well, John Cena, Triple H, Batista, etc., like that. But you go, well, you only have one John Cena match.
Yeah. And then, where do you put Lawrence Taylor?
You got to put the Lawrence Taylor somewhere in there. You got to put Bam Bam. You got to put like
Mr. T.
Yeah, Paul Orndorff. Yeah, or at least you might not have to put that, but you at least have the options.
I'm trying I've got to try and think of how many people have actually been in main events of WrestleMania.
And Ted spelled Callum's name right. He said, "Who would Jay White face from WWE if you had to pick Callum?"
Oh, we've done this, haven't we? Well, I did that for Eddie Guerrero's one more match.
Yeah, you had one more match for that, but not just like if you could pick Jay White versus anyone in WWE. Different story.
Okay. Who would he face in WWE?
And why is it Baron Corbin? Or Orton?
No, he needs to face a baby face because he's just a great heel. So I'm trying to think who would be a good baby face for him to take on. I need to look at the WWE roster.
Peter says level 79 because that's the superstar score for Brock. That works out perfectly. He's definitely above the Neville level then.
Angle's well but above that as well. Let's see. Who would be good?
AJ's brought up in the chat.
AJ would be good, but I would want to go with like an actual WWE guy.
Well,
like, I'm thinking he's one of the few people I'd accept a babyface Edge facing. Or like Rollins, when Rollins had the good run, the IC title run, put him against Jay White.
I'd say Daniel Bryan or a babyface Sami Zayn.
I'd go Bryan.
Yeah, I'll plant my flag with the IC title run Seth Rollins.
Nice German, but Lesnar straight back up.
Angle.
Crowd is actually slightly booing for Lesnar.
They know. They know eventually he's going to set the timeline on the wrong direction.
Well, legitimately, it's probably frustration because this dude has come in and monster push to the top.
Yeah.
See, I don't know why people complain about that, though. Like, to me, I don't think I would have been upset about Brock at this time frame if I was watching, because I'd be like, oh, he's absolutely freakishly huge and athletic. I'm cool with that being like, you can get pushed to the top quickly if you've got the talent for it.
He definitely should have been pushed to the top. My issue with, and why I can sympathise with the crowd, is that he shouldn't be a babyface yet.
Yeah, that's a different story.
He was turned too quickly into a babyface. He didn't have a long enough run with the title as a heel, and they split him up with Heyman too quickly. Like, he should be at this WrestleMania. He should be defending it against the Royal Rumble winner rather than
right. Who do you think would have been a good option for that then?
At this point in time, that is an awesome spot, by the way. I don't know anybody else that could take a German suplex into the turnbuckle. But I'd say a babyface Angle. But you just switch the roles. Angle could do I know obviously it's very base level, but with America just invading Iraq and stuff like that. Angle could be the whole patriotic American thing.
Lesnar could be the foreign fanatic.
Well, no, he wouldn't be like that.
He becomes an Iraqi sympathizer. God, imagine that would be such a mess.
I'd put Benoit against Lesnar here.
I just don't think at this point in time Benoit's big enough to be a main event WrestleMania guy.
Well, I mean, if we're going with like, all right, we keep Lesnar heel, and knowing what we know just 12 months later anyway, just do the 2004 storyline, but he goes up against a heel Brock at WrestleMania 19.
Again, I just don't think it's big enough. I'd say your choices for me are like you do Angle, you do Rock versus Brock 2, or you
Austin. If Austin was healthy,
Austin would have been great if he was healthy. Or you go hell for level to sign Goldberg before the Royal Rumble.
Do you think they could have had an actual good match? Well, we'll never know.
Well, in 2004.
Well, no, I'm saying like, because even the 04 match is ruined by the fact that they're both leaving and nobody cares because they both know that they're both gone.
I'm sure they would have had a good match if they'd had the opportunity to. But like, they just didn't care at that point because they were both leaving, and so the crowd didn't care about that either. You can see Angle just wrapping himself around him as well. Again, it's a long sleeper spot, so. But this is what Angle does.
Yeah, like this is one place where a rest hold is appropriate because it's Kurt Angle.
And to be fair, his one looks pretty. He always makes him look quite dynamic as well, to a degree. It's not like it's just like he can't just put on a chin lock or whatever. He has to wrap his entire body around Lesnar as well because
the bigger guy.
Yeah, and he just does this stuff as well. Like, this is what he would do to a guy on the mat. Oh, but now we get to see the. I assume this is leading into the big Lesnar spot that we've been seeing. We saw basically every week up until this, which is Lesnar gets him up on his back. Maybe we're going to see the hand drop spot.
Would be a fan. I'm a big fan.
Okay, that looks good. John Cena should really have been taking notes at this point. This is how you apply some sort of chokehold for the SDF.
Who's the referee for this match?
Kyoto.
Is that Kyoto?
It's Kyoto.
That's Kyoto.
Is that Kyoto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just got a different haircut.
Yeah. The haircuts are throwing me off.
Yeah, he went to the same barber as Robinson.
Good for Kyoto. Some solid referees that you actually know the names of, like Brian Hebner, Earl Hebner, Nick Patrick.
Okay. I will say this has probably been on a bit too long now at this point. Lesnar should probably. There we go. Up on the back. And charge. Thanks for this match, Kurt. Very, very presumptuous sign out there.
That's somebody who's reading dirt sheets.
Interesting to see Lesnar being hit by suplexes. Another guy that's master of German suplexes. I also like the fact they told the story going into it of like Lesnar having injured ribs going into it.
Ted in the chat says the hand job spot. This is getting sexy. Look at all the blood still all over the commentary table and everything.
Yeah, they certainly can do this in a COVID era.
It's iconic. You can clone Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon.
I don't know if you'd want to.
Yeah. That was a nice spine buster.
I'm glad they don't blur out these turnbuckles.
Yeah, they were doing that for a while, which is stupid annoying.
I really hate that crap.
Oh, the double down spot.
They don't do this enough either.
They really don't. The referees are just there now. They don't do much of anything.
We haven't had any snack talk yet on this podcast, and I'm craving a burger for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I had a burger the other day, man. It was real good. That blue cheeseburger I showed you a picture of. Good shit.
If I were at this WrestleMania, though, WrestleMania 19, definitely would have gotten a hot dog and some cheese fries.
I've been really in the mood for a hot dog. I haven't had a hot dog in what feels like years. Might actually be years.
If you're in the mood for a hot dog, nothing can beat a hot dog. If you're not in the mood for a hot dog, it's terrible.
The worst.
Yeah. Like WrestleMania 29. 10 years from this point, I'd be going into a WrestleMania, and I'd be like, this hot dog sucks. This Mania sucks. These fries suck.
You realize that, where are they in 2023? Is that the California one? You need to go there, and you need to get a hot dog.
Yeah. Just to make up for the fact that one sucked at MetLife.
It's been 10 years. Get a hot dog.
Who knows? Maybe I'm working for WWE at that time, and I can just be like, yeah, can I expense this? Get the old
hot dog. We have world-class catering, pal.
The old wrestling analogy of handshake and a hot dog.
Oh, how many gems are going to hit here?
Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat.
Oh, thanks, Grim. Much appreciated, man.
Cheers.
What's 10 pounds in our money?
About 100.
It should be
13.75 apparently.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Grim.
Oh, going up for the F5.
Nope.
Eventually gets it on.
Awesome.
He should have known. You got to do F1 through 4 first. You got to build up.
I just love these. Like, there are certain people that there's like Angle and it's Jericho and stuff like that. 'Cause at the end of the day, the ankle lock has been used by multiple people, and the Boston Crab has been used by tons of people. But just like when they lock it on, the crowd just goes insane. Oh, that's a nice spot there as well. Just transitioning from one submission to the other.
It's a little strange that you got the guy that's the bigger dude here, Brock, against the smaller guy, and the smaller guy's the heel, and like doing all that.
Can you imagine if Angle was healthy, the quality of this match?
Well, this match is great.
The match is great as is, but if he's healthy.
Well, he's feeling better when they do the Iron Man match and stuff like that. And they also have a match at SummerSlam 2003, which is pretty great as well, where it is the alignment of Angle is the babyface, Lesnar's the heel.
Yeah, right. Lesnar's already paired with Vince.
Yeah, but that's also kind of the issue that I was saying earlier, is the fact that Lesnar just doesn't work as a babyface at this point.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I think he can work as a babyface eventually, but that's like something that you build. Like, Lesnar's only been in the company, but this is essentially his year anniversary in WWE, this match.
Lesnar did not have the patience to properly grow enough to have a good babyface run.
It's not Lesnar didn't have the patience, it's the creative didn't have the patience.
No, Lesnar didn't have the patience because Lesnar left. Because imagine what could have been if Lesnar would have stayed.
Well, they would have already made him a babyface way too early, and
well, that's fair.
I mean, part of the reason why he probably hated and wanted to leave so quickly is the fact that he was made a babyface, and that oh god, that's great. I had to just stop for that flipping German suplex. That's awesome. But I mean, the fact that he had to be a babyface, and that means he had to do all the meet and greets, he had to do stuff with the fans and stuff like that. Lesnar would have hated all that. He was a heel. He if there's a heel that could just walk around and just not ever have to interact with anyone, he probably would have stuck around a bit longer.
You know what, though? I really respect that Brock Lesnar's very open about that. He loves the wrestling part. He's like, I enjoy entertaining. I just want to do all the other shit. I respect that.
Yeah. I don't blame him for that.
Oh, kicks out the angle slam. I mean, you have to say something about Lesnar in this regard. Lesnar, when he wants to perform, there are kind of few people that are better than he is.
Lesnar has the potential to be so much better than what he has been these past 8 years or whatever it's been. Because it's just, they pigeonhole him into this, hold the championship for a year, pop up 3 times and do 5 moves. And it's like, that's not entertaining to me. But then when you get him against like AJ, great.
That's one of the most unique roll-ups I've ever seen.
And you can only do that when you're an NCAA fucking champion.
And you're facing another NCAA champion that can take.
That's true.
Oh, Lesnar celebrating.
Reason, it all goes to shit right here.
Yeah, Lesnar celebrating before he makes a pin. I think this is the first guy. He's the first guy to kick out of their 5 there.
Hey, Michael Cole said something about saying for the first time ever.
Chris Marin, well, I joined super late, but better late than ever. We're just about at the end of the main event, but glad to have you join in.
Yeah, you can listen back when we go through this. Just rewatch it at your leisure. Oh, back to the ankle lock.
He's the best at those sneak ankle locks.
Yeah, the way that he transitions into ankle locks is just the stuff of legend.
Oh yeah, Grim, if you've listened to the Paul Heyman SmackDown podcast, you'll hear Callum say Kurt Angle is the master of the 2.9 kick out.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever done a 2.9 kick out better than Angle has. There are people that are close. There are a lot of really good people at it, but I think Angle is just the absolute master at it. He's so good at it that Earl Hebner, like in that match with The Rock from was it No Way Out 2001?
Right.
Fucked up to the point where he thought that Angle had kicked out when he actually hadn't. So they had to redo the finish all over again. Because he makes such subtle shoulder movements when he does it.
Well, thank you, Grimshot. I appreciate that you're listening to us.
Yeah.
Nice knowing we're not screaming into the void.
Jesus Christ, another great small package. Depending on what the state of Peacock and all this other stuff with WWE Network is, I don't know when we're going to be doing the next one, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a lot harder to do this on the Peacock setup than anything, and I'm not a big fan of the fact that my Fire TV does not have a Peacock app.
Okay.
I'm disappointed we never got in an In Your House. Or did we? I think we might have.
No, we didn't.
No, I think we did In Your House.
I remember watching. I don't know. Mabel. We might have. Yeah, we might have done something.
I remember watching Mabel and Atom Bomb with you guys.
Oh, I definitely didn't watch that. You might have watched that with Tony. But okay, so now this is where shit goes down.
See, what works well with this though is
really needed to roll.
Angle's messed up. Austin's messed up. Lesnar almost gets messed up. But it's a good thing that they're in Safeco.
It's safe.
If this would have been in Risky Co, then it would have been a different story.
But the thing is, it's just like
we are watching on the network. It's just that Peacock gave Tony a lot of issues, and here we go.
Damn it! Oh, that's disgusting to watch.
I think what's fucking scary is that he almost gets him anyway.
Well, it's the thing is that Lesnar can hit that shooting star press. Like he has hit it halfway across the ring before. I think Angle honestly just did that out of instinct. Like he just saw that he was going to come up short, and so he thought, okay, this guy's out of control. I need to move to preserve myself, almost. Or maybe he thought that if Lesnar had landed on him in that out of control situation, he could have fucked up even more.
Spontaneous close.
Whatever it was, it didn't end up with Brock paralyzed, so it's better than what it could have been,
Well, I just think that I think there was Obviously, we're going to cover him now after the third F5. But I think it's just the I guess it's the fact that if he wasn't a guy who's got the makeup of Lesnar, like who isn't just like a physical freak of nature, he probably would have died or been paralyzed doing that move.
Yeah.
Just the fact that Lesnar is just made of something else.
Thank you,
Thank
Chris.
you for the $5 super chat, Chris.
Yeah, the super chat.
Oh, cheers. Thanks very much. You definitely should be listening back to it.
All right,
this is a
that's
fun.
Like $18, Tony. That means,
that's
666 like the evil fuckers we are. Come on, give us the money.
That's more than I would make on one of my freelance gigs for the entire month.
Look how bruised bruised and red his face is, and like that vacant expression in his face. Like he is done.
There, look, that's what a concussion is.
Like he's bleeding from the nose.
All right, Ted. See ya. We're pretty much wrapping up anyway. It's the end of the show.
Thanks for joining us, Ted.
We definitely should do. Well,
depending on how
network and Peacock allow, and we should do some more of these in the future.
Definitely some
I'm
shorter.
always down for new gen WrestleMania because they're shorter than Raw.
Yeah, shorter shows are going to be a lot easier to do when it comes to those.
This is a bit of an anomaly because it's like 4 hours long. But any future ones, like we could do some in your house ones. Maybe we could do one like based in the month of every. Well, maybe not all the time, but like maybe every now and again, we just like an extra show once.
We should definitely do one for SummerSlam. I imagine they're all going to be on there.
And by the way, everybody, one of the things I was alluding to a little bit earlier about like looking into some Twitch stuff and trying to figure out like some green screen stuff, the eventual game plan is video. Yeah. On top of that, so it's not just like it wouldn't just be the static screen with a little ticker. The ticker would still be on there because I still want to make sure that I have the time code for people, but we would eventually have like I've got some of the graphics sorted out. It's just a matter of I didn't want to press things too much. Maybe even by the next time that we do it, because this is the first time that we're running the live stream with that, and we ended up having so many issues with Peacock too. So maybe the next time around when we do one of these, maybe we will have the video stuff set up in advance, and I probably won't have like a green screen and all that sorted out like I want to, but working there. And the fact that like you guys had tossed out those super chats, those are the ways that I end up going, okay, putting that towards that kind of goal. I'm always putting the money back into these kind of things.
Yeah, like if this is the kind of stuff that would get you guys to donate, yeah, we can do this.
And obviously, we're not just here for the donation. It's just a case of like, if this is something that you guys like and you're willing to just show support,
right?
Cool. Right. Glad that you guys join us along doing this. And this is just at the end of the day, it's just a fun show to watch as well. I would be fine just sitting here.
Completely the WrestleMania 20 advertisement that said it was going to be at the Garden. That was one of the ones that they black screened for. They black screened the Goldberg announcement. That might have even been where they plugged in the weird shop thing.
Yeah.
Well, why did they plug that in?
I
guess because the site still exists.
Or maybe the music that they played during those things.
Could be.
They didn't want to just put music over the top of them and thought, I might as well just get rid of them. I like these, like, they don't do these anymore, these little music video things at the end of the...
Yeah, I used to like these, because back in the day, it used to be just the static images and the ba-da-da-da.
This is basically what people on YouTube now replace when they obviously just do like these pay-per-view highlight videos.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, they should do those. And they should bring back that old WrestleMania theme. And they should, make it seem like it's this great spectacle pay-per-view of the year, biggest show of the event, calendar kind of a thing. Like,
but it's too big for one night now, Tony.
Yeah.
Stephanie has said they're never doing this again.
I think that they might at some point. If this goes really well, because last year they have nothing that they can like judge based off of. This year, if it ends up going really well, I wouldn't be shocked if they were like, you know what? Let's kind of keep that going a little bit.
I don't know why they felt the need to have to put the cat fight segment into this music video segment.
Because look at them.
It's out of order as well, because it happened before the Triple H match.
Vince just seething.
The way they broke this music video down is so good.
Yeah. So Tony, I had to ask, because obviously you haven't seen every WrestleMania, but you've seen plenty of them. How does this rank for you?
I've seen almost all of the WrestleManias. The only ones I haven't seen were the ones that were in this time frame. Like all the ones leading up to 2000 I didn't see, and then through to 20. I don't know if I've seen 21 all the way through, actually. I might have.
It's a good one.
I don't know 100% for sure. I know I've seen 22.
Pretty much all the WrestleManias in this period are great. Like from 17 through to, I'd say, about 24, are all pretty great WrestleManias overall.
1 to 2000 and 22 onward, I know for a fact I've seen all the way through.
Right.
I don't know 100% about 21. So it's only a couple that I'm missing. And I've seen bits and pieces and I've seen matches from here and there. But, just bell to bell, like you said, the start to finish kind of a thing. Yeah, I didn't watch like 19 all the way through and whatever. But what's your question about it?
Well, just how does it rank for you?
It's solid. It's not my favorite. And I'm sure a lot of that's just because I wasn't watching at the time and I'm watching it in 2021 for the first time for some of the matches. Like, to me, I'm not going to remember the fact that Matt Hardy beat Rey Mysterio at the beginning of this. I can tell you that. So look at that. I can pause this time code now that it went off. I can do that on OBS. I know how to do that. So that's 346, 48, 49. Look at that. And now my Peacock app is, I think, struggling to try to get another WrestleMania up. Yeah, WrestleMania 20. I can click out of that.
So that WrestleMania 20, which is already loading up on my end, is an hour longer.
I know.
Why?
I can't imagine, for instance, that we're going to do like Yes 5 brings up like these 9-hour WrestleManias. I can't imagine that we're going to be able to do a Fannounce Table for like WrestleMania 35, for instance.
35 was awful, and I'm glad we all admit that.
And John is saying that, guess by saying if you haven't done Pick a Poison, you can do WrestleMania 21 if you want. I think we'll take a break maybe from the WrestleManias for a little while. Maybe we'll do 21 like, not saying that next year or anything like that, but we can do that at some point. I think put your at the end of the day, it's your money and we'll do what you want us to do.
That's what Poison Tier is all about.
I'd say don't do it because like you think that we'll want to do it. Do what you want us to do, essentially.
Yeah. Here's my kind of game plan for a little bit for anybody who wants to know. Kind of behind the scenes a little bit. Once we get out of Mania, I'm going to be so brain dead that I'm hoping that we have. Currently, there's a bunch of blanks because they haven't announced anything at all for post-Mania. We know that Double or Nothing, for instance, is coming up on the 30th of May. So I've got that scheduled. I know that June 2nd, the week after that, we're going to do Miss the Smark for No Holds Barred. Unless something else crazy happens. Like if that's when Money in the Bank is, then I don't know. We'll have a double week or something maybe. But outside of a couple things like that, and if they stick with like NXT UK TakeOver Dublin, or at some point SummerSlam's going to be in the end of August, whatever. I've got mostly blanks up for this, all the way leading up into wedding week, and that's going to be a different story. But the game plan, like immediately post Mania, is Q2 mailbag. I'm going to write up my fantasy booking of SummerSlam and do my post-Mania heel and face turn list and all those predictions. And we'll do the Smark Madness winner reveal. And then at least for right now, until they announce other things, there are 5 blank weeks. I'm sure Money in the Bank is going to get in there. But in those 5 weeks, if I'm as brain dead as I'm assuming that I'm going to be, I'm going to want to have some like really oddball fun main events. So no like breaking down the current roster and complaining about where the direction is after Mania or something. I'm going to be like, no, let's go oddball. Let's go like, something weird about early 90s, or like let's do a top rope list about super heavyweights of all time, or I don't know, something that might just be out of nowhere kind of a thing.
I want us to go more out there.
Yeah.
With stuff. It just feels like it'd just be more fun to talk about. And no, guess what? I'm not doing 5 hours of how Triple H is great.
Maybe we'll do
give me 500 and normal talk, but you're not doing it. You're not getting that for 50.
What about
bro? Give me $500 and I'll talk about whatever the fuck you want. Like, let's just.
What if there's a situation where you have to debate pros and cons of Orton, Triple H, Ziggler, and Corbin?
I like again.
I'll be on the con side for all of that pretty much, but yeah.
I mean, you give me the $500, you got it, pal.
I like all four.
$500. I've got stuff for that. But, yeah,
Marquis says Hall of Layman's great.
That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. My own little concept.
Since we're doing this live chat, and I'm kind of making sure that I got things recording the right way and everything. In the meantime, I'll talk about this. Here are some of the ideas that are on the who knows when we'll ever get around to it type of things. We still have never done a split crowd the way that I was expecting to do split crowd. So that's just like debate, like full blown debate. I still want to do a thing that I've called it's either open mic night or open house, of just kind of like people being able to call in and do stuff, because I haven't been able to figure out a way for people to call in. So that's kind of one of those things that's been on the back burner for like 4 years. Rob's idea of the Smark moment writers room is a thing that we haven't gotten around to. The what if, we haven't started that yet. We haven't started creative has nothing. There's turn the tables, where somebody has to pitch an idea to you and you have to try to figure out how you would do it. Repackage the movie, fan cast a movie with WWE people. Make the team. There's hold the gold. Inside cradle. I got a whole lot of list of different things that we haven't gotten around to. A lot of wrestling terms where it's like, what can I do with this term? Kind of thing.
So do you get the term first, or do you find the idea first?
50-50.
First.
Half of it's like, like the inside cradle thing. It's like, all right, what can I do with the terms inside cradle? But then some other times it'll be like, okay, I want to do something based off of so on and so forth. What can I go with that? And then, kind of fills in the blank on one side or the other.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that we want to do. And I'm sure we'll get around to some of it, if not all of it, at one point or another. But we kind of just need to make sure you guys are interested in that stuff.
Yeah, the more that you guys let us know that you guys like a topic in particular, the more that we do it. Kind of like the Mount Rushmores, where we're like, we're having a lot of fun, and people are like, whoa, us too. And we're like, cool, all right, do more. Like, kind of. Yeah,
I also, with these whole show Fannounce Tables, I do enjoy doing them. There is obviously the timing issue and the fact of the time differences between all of us as well, trying to find a good slot to do it in.
Yeah. Days that are block a whole day off kind of a thing.
Yeah. So I can't say we'll be doing these ones regularly. I mean, we'll still do Fannounce Tables of like individual matches and stuff like that. That's cool. But and occasionally we'll throw in like a whole pay-per-view like this one. I just thought this was a good way to end the Paul Heyman SmackDown. It seemed like a fitting way to do it.
Yeah, you guys went on
was an absolute success, because that WrestleMania is great.
You guys went on a really long journey when it comes to that, so this is a good way to wrap that all up. Mm-hmm. And if you have not checked out the Paul Heyman SmackDown podcast in the past, then these guys have 38 episodes, I think is what it was.
It was 38 or 39, yeah. I believe it's 38, yeah.
All of the pay-per-views are broken down on the Patreon, the Darkcast tier. Mm-hmm. So you can get access to that if you donate to the Darkcast tier and check out, reviews of everything from, previous like SummerSlam and New Mercy and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And we talk everything. And don't get me wrong, me and Rob will be back with something, but everything's up in the air at the moment with WWE content and archive content and stuff like that.
Oh, so, yeah. This whole experiment kind of confirmed that.
Yeah. So we don't know what the future really holds with that, but we will be back with something eventually. Want to add a bit more content that Tony doesn't need to have his hands on as much.
Yeah, sometimes that's sometimes we get a week every once in a while where I'm like, maybe I'll take a little bit of time off, and at least Callum and Rob have that going. And then usually it ends up being like, all right, I found, half an hour to try to knock this out or something. But By the way, for Grim asking in the chat, live reactions to Double or Nothing. Yep, hoping to do the post show right afterward for that. Not live during through, but
I thought that was what I meant.
That's something that I've been thinking about too. That's kind of where the Twitch thing comes into play. I kind of want to try to do that at some point. This year's crazy, so we've done more this year than I anticipated to do for the entire year in some ways, for at least fanboys. But I'm hoping to do 20 times more. And it's just the busiest. This is the busiest year that I've ever had. Let's put it that way. Because you figure planning a wedding during a pandemic, trying to figure out housing stuff, and trying to incorporate all the insanity of the movie business and the pro wrestling business. October can't come soon enough for me to just be like, my first break in 10 years kind of a thing. But
that's why Sony's
go ahead.
Re-listening to 2001 Wrestling Odyssey as well. Yeah, you can check out that as well. Thanks for re-listening to it. It's another thing that I'm pretty proud of me and Rob doing as well. I want the next thing we do to be even better than the previous two things. Always trying to get better in that regard. I still don't know what that's going to look like yet, as I've said, but there will be something, and it will be hopefully fun to listen to.
And I'll say this, Callum does tremendous legwork for all of those. I'm the guy who just comes on every podcast, and I'm just like, I'll talk. You want me to talk? We can talk.
You're like, I'm eating chips.
Well, that's why I'm looking forward to when Rob gets his Twitch, because I want him to be, because he does some really good stuff outside of. Obviously, he does great stuff on Smark at the moment, but he does great stuff outside of it as well. And so I want him to be a lead voice on this stuff.
See what happens when Rob is leading the charge.
Yeah, it'll work.
Pressure's on.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
We've set the bar so high that you've got to try and leap over.
Let's put it this way. If Rob isn't perfect on his first thing of Twitch, then, I mean, I don't know what's going to...
Well, he's out of the group.
Oh, there's the bar.
He's out of America.
I think
that would be a reward.
Rob, for you, me and Tony are the bar.
I guess that's true.
Which one's which? Well, I'm extremely pale, so I guess I'm shameless.
You fit more. No, you fit more Cesaro.
You think so?
I'm closer to Ireland, and Cesaro speaks Italian. So
yeah, all right, I'll take it. So Vince McMahon's not going to push me either.
I think that's been known. I mean,
yeah, I know. I mean, I've done it a couple.
I would. Let's put it this way: I'd be the multi-time WWE champion out of us two.
Let's put it this way: I wouldn't be shocked. Well, hopefully you guys did enjoy this. I know that some people have said that earlier. I'm really glad to hear that, and we certainly enjoyed it. So if you were listening to this afterward and you weren't able to join us live, remember, of course, if you are subscribed to the channel and you ring that little notification bell and you get those email alerts, then I mean we did this at noon Eastern on a Sunday, and who knows, maybe in the future we end up doing one of them on a completely different night. And we're doing a couple things live, and we're doing some other things that are not live, so we're trying to figure that out a little bit. But if you at least have those email alerts up, then you'll know when those things go up. Sometimes it'll be live, sometimes it'll just be that we did it afterward and you could join in, do the Fannounce Table, stuff like that. If you are a big fan of the commentary tracks, the very next thing, at the very least, that I have planned is that on the Fanboys channel, Rob and I and Caroline, if we can work it all out, are going to be doing a I shouldn't say live. We're doing an audio commentary track for a first time viewing of this upcoming Godzilla vs. Kong film. And maybe the same for Mortal Kombat. And I don't know if that's something that we can work into a live thing either, but that is something that I'm thinking about too. So I'm going to try to figure that out a little bit. And maybe by the time we get around to Mortal Kombat, maybe we could do some kind of live watch along, because that'll be on HBO Max, right? I think so.
Yeah.
So it might be all right, let's sort that out. Let's get that ready. And then let's do that on the day after it comes out or something. So people have a little bit of time to, not have to be it comes out at 3 a.m. Let's do it then. That's insane. But I would do it. But,
well, we're usually up anyway. That's
right. But the fan tracks for that, you guys watching shit movies, Ricky says. Yeah. Caroline said to me yesterday, she's like, "Oh, I would love to join you for the Godzilla vs. Kong thing." And I haven't seen any of the other movies. I'm like, sweetie, you don't have to watch the other movies before this.
Oh yeah. This is not the MCU.
Yeah, let them fight, and then they do. It's kind of like, there you go. I gave you all the information you need to know. John Goodman was in one of them. Samuel L. Jackson was in one of them, etc. But yeah, that stuff's over on the Fanboys Anonymous channel. Check that out. Check out the Review to a Kill podcast. Check out all the other podcasts that are coming on that side. Check out all the podcasts coming to you on Smark Out Moment. There's articles on both websites. I got freelance articles and, things coming out the ass, just like that one guy really liked it in the WrestleMania 19 sign. So that stuff is heading your way. The next thing you're going to be hearing on this channel, at the very least, on Smark Out Moment, is going to be the Wrestling with the Past breakdown for the Hall of Fame, the class of 2021 and the class of 2020, because we're going to go back and we didn't talk about that last year. So we're going to talk about our favorite memories and our retrospective viewpoints of, how deserving people are, or, who do we think should be inducting those people and that kind of thing. Also including the story that they were apparently going to surprise Bischoff with a Hall of Fame induction last year.
Which I'm really glad that they did. We'll get to it.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about that next week as well. And then we're going to roll along with the hot tags. And then before you know it, it's going to be Mania week. And then we're going to get into 900 podcasts on that week. So.
Honestly, if I wasn't doing so many things outside of it, I would really pitch. We're like, let's just do a 24-hour stream. Let's just stream the entire week.
24 hours the whole week.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just a whole week stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be something that I would be 100% opposed to. Maybe down the line at some point, there's going to be a week. Maybe. Not this week, not next week, kind of thing. But who knows? That's not a pick your poison option. Nobody can be like, here you go, do a week-long live stream. I don't think anybody would want to listen to us for that long, but
It depends. If you give $1,000, remember there is that producer tier.
I'll put it that way. There's the platinum level or whatever it is on that. If you're Richard Branson and you're listening to this and you're like, hey, I'll do that bump. Also, whatever, then hit me up. Yeah. Check out all the stuff that we got coming your way. Anything else you guys want to plug that we haven't done already? I lost track of what we plugged and what we didn't.
Yeah, Fightful Select, WrestleZone.com, all that stuff. I'm always talking into a microphone. Just follow me everywhere at Dugelies.
Yeah, and you can follow me on Twitter at Wigmeister14. And yeah, just check out all the articles on smartcamera.com and stay tuned for whatever we have coming up next as a little extra beyond the traditional main event stuff for Smark Out Moment.
I forgot about the merchandise shops, TeePublic and Redbubble. Check them out. Pick up some t-shirts or something, or stickers. Whoever ends up buying those 1 million or whatever it is from Infinity War, those stickers. Always like getting those emails that say that somebody bought another 10-cent sticker. But yeah, check out that stuff. Check out everything that's coming your way, and we will see you when we see you. But for now, this has been another Smark Out 3.5 hours or whatever it was. Another Smark Out moment, and we are being counted out.